Before we get into today's video, I just want to say a quick thank you to our very first channel member, Lexicon. I really appreciate the support, and it honestly means more than I can say. If anyone else would like to join us, then it would be my honor to welcome you. With that said, let's get into today's stories. I always thought dating apps were meant to help you meet people, not to reveal that someone had been stealing your photographs to lure strangers into something far darker than a bad date. When my divorce finally came through, I figured I'd give online dating a try. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just a few drinks here and there, maybe some company that wasn't my ex-husband's solicitor, or the checkout woman at Sainsbury's who'd started recognizing me from my daily wine habit. Setting up the profile felt weird enough, choosing photos that made me look attractive, but not desperate. Writing a description that seemed interesting without revealing too much personal information. The whole process made me feel like I was marketing myself, which I suppose is exactly what online dating is. I used a few recent photos that friends had said were flattering, mentioned my job as a primary school teaching assistant in Leicester, and listed some basic interests that might appeal to potential matches. I didn't reveal too much, but I did enough to give people a sense of who I was. The matches started coming through within hours, which was flattering even though most seemed to be men, whose profiles suggested they hadn't read mine properly. I encountered the typical group of individuals seeking relationships, some who demonstrated genuine interest in dialogue, and a handful who made me thankful for the instant blocking feature. After a week of disappointing coffee dates and text conversations that went nowhere, I noticed something odd when I searched my own name online out of curiosity. There were references to me on websites I'd never visited, using photos that were clearly mine but attached to profiles I hadn't created. I came across dating sites, social media platforms, and even what seemed like classified advertisements for services I had never provided. Someone had taken my photos and personal information from my legitimate dating profile and was using them to create fake accounts across multiple platforms for purposes that went well beyond simple catfishing. Some of the fake profiles presented me as someone offering companionship services that were clearly more than casual dating. Others suggested I was available for various types of personal assistance that seemed designed to attract people with specific requirements that normal dating sites wouldn't accommodate. But most disturbing were profiles on platforms I'd never heard of, using my photos and information to advertise what appeared to be specialized services for people whose interests couldn't be discussed on mainstream websites. I tried to research some of these platforms and found they were accessible only through specific methods that required technical knowledge I didn't possess. People arrange various types of transactions and services on hidden websites, maintaining anonymity and discretion. My photos and identity were being used to facilitate activities I knew nothing about, potentially putting me in danger from people who believed I'd agreed to arrangements I'd never consented to participate in. When I tried to contact the dating app where I'd originally posted my profile, their customer service was unhelpful beyond suggesting I enable additional privacy settings and consider changing my photos to prevent further unauthorized use. But the damage was already done. My images and information were circulating through networks that were designed to be difficult to trace or remove, and I had no way of knowing how extensively they'd been distributed or what purposes they were being used for. I hired a company that specialized in removing personal information from the internet, hoping they could eliminate the fake profiles and prevent further misuse of my identity. But the process revealed that the problem was much larger than I'd initially realized. My information had been systematically harvested and distributed through multiple networks that specialized in creating false identities for people who needed them for various illegal activities. The fake dating profiles were just the visible surface of an operation that created comprehensive false personas using stolen photos and personal information from legitimate dating sites and social media platforms. These false identities were then sold or provided to people who needed convincing backgrounds for criminal activities, fraud schemes, or other purposes that required established online presence and credible personal histories. The removal company explained that this type of identity theft was increasingly common, with criminal organizations systematically harvesting information from dating sites to create databases of false identities that could be used for various illegal purposes. People seeking legitimate romantic connections were unknowingly providing criminals with everything needed to impersonate them in contexts that could result in serious legal and personal consequences for the identity theft victims. But the most concerning part was that the fake profiles were used for more than just fraud. Some appeared to be facilitating arrangements that could put both the criminals using my identity and potentially me in physical danger. People who believed they were communicating with me through these fake profiles might eventually attempt to contact me directly, expecting to participate in arrangements I'd never agreed to and knew nothing about. The identity theft that began with someone stealing photos from my dating profile evolved into systematic impersonation, which could lead to dangerous people showing up at my home or workplace, believing I owed them services or cooperation promised through fake accounts. I realized that online dating had made me vulnerable, not just to romantic disappointment, but to criminal exploitation that could have serious consequences for my safety and reputation. The personal information that dating sites encouraged users to share was being systematically harvested by people who understood how to monetize stolen identities through networks that operated outside normal law enforcement oversight. Meanwhile, other people were probably experiencing similar identity theft through dating platforms, with their photos and information being used to facilitate criminal activities while they remained unaware of the ongoing misuse of their personal details. The removal company's efforts were only partially successful, managing to eliminate some fake profiles while others remained active on platforms that were inaccessible through normal reporting procedures. I was forced to change my phone number, increase security around my home address, and constantly monitor for new instances of identity theft that continued appearing, despite my efforts to prevent further misuse. The dating experience that was supposed to help me meet someone compatible had instead made me a target for ongoing criminal exploitation that affected every aspect of my daily life. But the most disturbing realization was that the people behind these identity theft operations were probably continuing to harvest information from dating sites, with new victims being added to their databases every day through platforms that encourage people to share exactly the types of personal details that were most valuable for creating convincing false identities. Every person who created an online dating profile was potentially providing criminals with the raw materials needed to impersonate them for purposes they would never willingly support, while believing they were just trying to find companionship through legitimate social platforms. The cycle of identity harvesting and criminal impersonation was probably accelerating as more people turned to online dating, providing an ever-expanding supply of personal information that could be exploited by people who understood how to monetize stolen identities through hidden networks. When I eventually gave up on online dating entirely, I discovered that simply deleting my profile wasn't sufficient to prevent continued harvesting of my information, since the original data had already been copied and distributed through systems designed to preserve and reuse stolen personal details indefinitely. I thought buying a refurbished laptop from a small computer shop would save me some money, but it turns out the previous owner had left more than just their old files on the hard drive. My ancient Dell had finally died after years of loyal service, and replacing it wasn't exactly in the budget. I'd been made redundant from my admin job 6 months earlier and was still looking for steady work, so spending hundreds on a new computer wasn't an option. The little repair shop on Hertford Street had a selection of refurbished machines at reasonable prices, older models that had been cleaned up and given new leases of life. The owner assured me that all personal data would be wiped from whatever I chose, though he mentioned that occasionally people found random files that the formatting process had missed. I picked a 3-year-old Lenovo that seemed perfect for my needs: word processing, job applications, basic internet browsing. Nothing fancy, but functional enough to help with my job search and personal correspondence. The laptop worked well for the first few weeks. It was noticeably faster than my old machine, and I was pleased with what seemed like a good purchase that would serve me well while I rebuilt my finances. But when I was organizing files one evening, I discovered a folder buried deep in the system directories that hadn't been deleted during the refurbishment process. It was labeled with a series of numbers and letters that didn't mean anything to me, but curiosity got the better of my common sense. Inside the folder were hundreds of documents, images, and what appeared to be correspondence files. Most seemed innocuous enough: personal letters, family photographs, financial records that belonged to someone I didn't know. But mixed in with the normal personal documents were files that made me deeply uncomfortable. Detailed profiles of various people, complete with photographs, personal information, daily routines, and what appeared to be surveillance notes documenting their activities over extended periods. The profiles weren't just casual observations. They included comprehensive intelligence about each person's vulnerabilities, relationships, financial circumstances, and behavioral patterns that could only have been gathered through systematic stalking or professional investigation. Some profiles contained information about security arrangements at people's homes and workplaces, including details about alarm systems, daily schedules, and times when properties would be unoccupied. But most disturbing were documents that appeared to be contracts or agreements related to these profiles. Financial arrangements for what were described as comprehensive disappearance services, with pricing structures based on the complexity of individual cases. I was looking at evidence of what appeared to be a systematic operation that provided services for making people vanish permanently, complete with detailed intelligence gathering and pricing for different levels of service. The previous owner of my laptop had apparently been involved in facilitating disappearances, with the accumulated files representing months or years of preparation for eliminating specific individuals who had been targeted by clients willing to pay substantial sums for these services. But understanding what I'd discovered didn't provide clear guidance about what to do with the information. I was holding evidence of potential murders or kidnappings, but the files were vague enough that proving specific crimes would be difficult without additional investigation. I tried to research some of the names mentioned in the profiles, hoping to understand whether these were real people who might be missing or in danger. What I found was disturbing. Several names corresponded to people who had been reported missing in various parts of the UK over the past 2 years, with circumstances that matched the detailed intelligence contained in the laptop files. The disappearances had been treated as voluntary departures by police, since the missing persons were adults with no obvious enemies or reasons to be targeted for violence. But the systematic intelligence gathering suggested these weren't random disappearances or people choosing to start new lives elsewhere. Someone had been systematically targeting specific individuals, gathering comprehensive intelligence about their circumstances, and then facilitating their permanent removal in ways that avoided arousing suspicion from law enforcement. The laptop files represented a professional service that specialized in making people disappear while ensuring their absence appeared voluntary or accidental rather than criminal. But the most troubling discovery was that the files included active cases, people who were apparently being assessed and prepared for disappearance services that hadn't been completed yet. Recent surveillance reports, updated intelligence, and what appeared to be final preparations for eliminating individuals who might still be unaware they'd been targeted. I was holding current evidence of planned crimes against people who could potentially be saved if I could identify them and alert appropriate authorities. But extracting actionable intelligence from the files required accessing specific platforms and communication methods that were referenced in the documents, but weren't immediately accessible through normal internet browsing. The disappearance service operated through hidden websites that required specialized access methods, with clients and service providers communicating through platforms designed to maintain anonymity and avoid law enforcement detection. When I eventually found ways to access these hidden platforms, I discovered an entire marketplace dedicated to various forms of elimination services, with the disappearance operation being just one option, among many available to people who wanted specific individuals removed from their lives permanently. The casual way these services were advertised and discussed suggested that facilitating disappearances was a routine business transaction, with professional service providers competing for clients who needed people eliminated for personal, financial, or business reasons. The laptop files weren't evidence of isolated criminal activity, but documentation of systematic services that were available to anyone willing to pay for professional elimination of problem individuals. But proving the connection between the marketplace and actual disappearances would require much more investigation than I could safely undertake on my own, especially since the people involved had demonstrated sophisticated methods for avoiding detection. Meanwhile, the active cases mentioned in the laptop files were probably proceeding toward completion, with targeted individuals continuing their normal lives unaware that they'd been systematically assessed and marked for elimination. The refurbished laptop that was supposed to help me find new employment had instead provided me with evidence of organized elimination services that were operating while maintaining complete anonymity and avoiding law enforcement detection. But reporting what I discovered would require explaining how I'd found the information, potentially making me a person of interest in criminal investigations, while failing to prevent ongoing crimes against people whose elimination had already been contracted and paid for. I eventually contacted police through an anonymous tip line, providing general information about the disappearance service without revealing how I'd learned about their activities or identifying specific individuals who might be targeted. But I remained concerned about the active cases that were probably still proceeding, and about the possibility that the people operating these elimination services might attempt to recover the laptop files I discovered. The computer shop where I'd purchased the refurbished machine claimed to have no information about the previous owner, and the files themselves contain no identifying details that could be traced back to specific individuals or organizations. The elimination service was probably continuing to operate while recruiting new clients and targeting additional people for disappearance, using methods that had been refined through years of successful operations that had avoided law enforcement detection. When I finally replaced the refurbished laptop with a different machine, I destroyed the hard drive completely, but I never stopped wondering whether the people in those active case files had managed to avoid the elimination services that had been contracted against them, or whether they'd simply joined the growing list of individuals who had disappeared without explanation or accountability. should have realized something was wrong when they offered to pay me £60 an hour to look after children I was never actually allowed to meet. The job advertisement appeared on a local parenting website where I'd been looking for childminding work around Nottingham. After months of unemployment following redundancy from the call centre, I was desperate for any income and had decided to try childcare since I'd always got on well with my sister's kids. The listing was different from typical childminding adverts. Instead of describing specific children and their needs, it mentioned providing care services for multiple families who required flexible arrangements and absolute discretion. The pay rate was extraordinary, 3 times what other childminding jobs offered. But the hours were irregular and the duties weren't clearly defined. When I applied, the response came from someone calling themselves the Family Services Coordinator, who explained that they managed childcare arrangements for several professional families who had complex scheduling requirements and privacy concerns. They wanted to meet me at a cafe in the city centre to discuss the role and assess my suitability for what they described as specialised childcare services. The interview process would be thorough, they warned, because the families they worked with required absolute reliability and discretion from their childcare providers. The interview was unlike any job meeting I'd ever experienced. Instead of discussing my experience with children or asking for references, the coordinator focused entirely on my personal circumstances, financial situation, and availability for immediate deployment to various locations around the East Midlands. They seemed particularly interested in whether I had close family members who might ask questions about my work, if I minded travelling to unfamiliar locations at short notice, and how I felt about maintaining complete confidentiality about client families and their arrangements. When I asked to learn more about the specific children I'd be caring for, the coordinator explained that client families valued their privacy so highly that childcare providers weren't given detailed information about individual children until they arrived at each assignment. This approach protected the families' identities while ensuring that childcare providers remained focused on professional service delivery rather than becoming personally involved with the children and their circumstances. The arrangement seemed unusual, but not necessarily inappropriate. Wealthy families often had legitimate reasons for wanting privacy and security around their childcare arrangements, especially if they were prominent in business or politics. I was offered the position immediately, with the first assignment scheduled for the following week. I'd be collected by car and taken to a private address where I'd provide childcare services for an unspecified number of children during daytime hours. The payment would be in cash at the end of each assignment, and I'd be provided with emergency contacts and basic instructions once I arrived at each location. On the morning of my first assignment, a black car arrived at my address exactly on time. The driver was professional but uncommunicative, explaining only that the journey would take about an hour and that I should avoid asking questions about the destination or the families we'd be visiting. We drove to a large detached house in what appeared to be an expensive rural area outside Nottingham. The property was surrounded by high fences and had security features that seemed excessive for a normal family home. When we arrived, I was met by a woman who introduced herself as the house supervisor. She provided me with basic instructions about meal times, safety procedures, and contact protocols, but still didn't give me any information about the specific children I'd be caring for. The house was beautifully furnished but felt strangely impersonal, more like a high-end hotel than a family home. There were no personal photographs, children's artwork, or other signs of normal family life that you'd expect in a house where children lived regularly. When I asked to meet the children I'd be supervising, the supervisor explained that they were still sleeping and that I should familiarize myself with the house layout and emergency procedures before they woke up. But as the morning progressed, no children appeared. The supervisor kept explaining that they were having breakfast in their rooms, or were occupied with educational activities, or were resting between scheduled activities. By midday, I'd been in the house for several hours without seeing any evidence that children were actually present. No sounds of playing or talking, no meals being prepared for young people, no toys or games being used anywhere in the property. When I expressed concern about not having met the children I was supposed to be caring for, the supervisor became evasive and suggested that my role might be different from what I'd initially understood. She explained that some childcare assignments involved being available for children who might need supervision, rather than actively caring for children who were currently present. Families paid for childcare providers to be on standby in case their arrangements changed unexpectedly. But the explanation didn't address why I'd been brought to a specific house and given detailed instructions about caring for children who apparently weren't there. I started to suspect that the child-minding job wasn't legitimate at all, but was cover for some other type of arrangement that required having unvetted adults present in private properties for reasons that had nothing to do with childcare. The house might be used for activities that required having people with plausible explanations for being present if law enforcement or other authorities became interested in what was happening at the property. When I tried to leave the house to get some fresh air, I discovered that the doors were locked and I couldn't exit the property without assistance from the supervisor. She explained that security protocols required all visitors to remain accompanied while on the premises. I realized I was essentially being held at the property against my will, under the pretense of providing childcare services that clearly didn't exist. The child-minding job was a recruitment method for getting people into controlled environments where they could be monitored, assessed, or used for purposes they hadn't consented to participate in. But understanding what was happening didn't provide any immediate way to extract myself safely from the situation. The supervisor clearly had instructions about managing my presence at the property, and the security measures suggested this was a planned operation rather than a spontaneous deception. When I insisted on being taken home immediately, the supervisor became less accommodating and explained that leaving before the scheduled end of the assignment would result in forfeiture of payment and potential legal consequences for breach of contract. She also mentioned that my personal details and financial circumstances were now part of their client records, and that premature departure might be interpreted as evidence of unreliability that could affect my future employment prospects. The implications were clear. I was being coerced into remaining at the property through a combination of financial pressure and implied threats about consequences of non-cooperation. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that other people had probably been recruited through similar fake child-minding opportunities and might currently be held at other properties under the same false pretenses. The operation was systematic and sophisticated, using legitimate-seeming employment opportunities to recruit people who could be controlled and exploited while believing they were providing genuine childcare services. People who were financially desperate and socially isolated were being targeted specifically because they were less likely to question unusual arrangements or have family members who would investigate if they failed to return home as expected. The fake child-minding service was probably one part of a larger operation that used various types of employment fraud to recruit people for activities they would never have agreed to participate in voluntarily. But proving what was happening would require escaping from the controlled environment and providing evidence that would be difficult to gather while being monitored and confined. Meanwhile, the recruitment process was probably continuing, with new job advertisements targeting other desperate people who needed income and would be willing to accept unusual employment arrangements that seemed too good to question thoroughly. The child-minding opportunity that had seemed like a solution to my financial problems had instead made me a victim of systematic deception and possible trafficking, with no clear way to escape or seek help without risking serious consequences. When the supervisor finally mentioned that evening arrangements might require additional services that hadn't been discussed during the initial interview, I knew the childcare pretense was about to be abandoned entirely. I never imagined that looking for someone to share rent with could lead me to discover what people are actually willing to pay for when they think no one's watching. My original flatmate at Edinburgh University had dropped out halfway through second year, leaving me with a lease I couldn't afford on my own, and about 3 weeks to find someone to split the costs before I'd have to move back in with my parents in Aberdeen. Not exactly the independent student experience I'd been planning. The usual suspects: spare room, Facebook housing groups, university notice boards, weren't yielding much beyond time wasters and people whose idea of cleanliness clearly differed from mine. Desperation was setting in when someone on my course mentioned there were other places online where you could find flatmates, sites that weren't as mainstream, but often had better results because they catered to people with specific requirements. It made sense when she explained it. Some people needed flatmates who were okay with unusual working hours, pet ownership, or lifestyle choices that might not appeal to everyone. Specialized platforms could match people more effectively than generic room-sharing websites. I found the site she'd recommended through a series of links that took me progressively deeper into less familiar corners of the internet. The interface was basic but functional, with profiles that were much more detailed than typical flatmate finding platforms. Instead of just listing preferences about cleaning and noise levels, people described their living situations in comprehensive detail. Daily schedules, personal habits, even psychological profiles that seemed designed to ensure perfect compatibility between potential flatmates. The level of detail was impressive, if slightly overwhelming. Some profiles read more like dating site descriptions than housing arrangements, with extensive information about personality types, lifestyle preferences, and what they called arrangement parameters that weren't immediately clear. I created a profile that was honest but considerably less detailed than the examples I was seeing, focusing on basic information about my studies, the budget, and preferences for shared living space. Within hours, I'd received several responses from people interested in sharing accommodation. Most seemed normal enough: students and young professionals who needed housing in Edinburgh and were looking for reliable flatmates. But some responses included questions and suggestions that seemed oddly specific and personal. People wanting to know about my daily routine, social connections, and even family circumstances that weren't relevant to sharing rent and utilities. One particularly detailed response came from someone who seemed perfect on paper. Similar age, compatible schedule, excellent references from previous flatmates. But their message included extensive questions about my privacy, preferences, and comfort levels with various domestic arrangements. They wanted to know how I felt about having guests, whether I minded security cameras in common areas, and if I had any concerns about what they called alternative lifestyle choices that might occasionally be visible in shared spaces. The questions weren't necessarily inappropriate, but they had an intensity that seemed excessive for someone just looking for a straightforward flatmate arrangement. When I asked for clarification about what they meant by alternative lifestyle choices, the response was vague but reassuring. They explained that some people had hobbies or professional activities that required privacy and discretion, and they wanted to ensure potential flatmates would be comfortable with arrangements that provided adequate separation between personal and shared spaces. It seemed reasonable enough, and their financial credentials were solid. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near the university to discuss the practical details of sharing the flat. The meeting went well initially. They were articulate and professional, asking sensible questions about lease terms and household responsibilities. But as the conversation continued, they began discussing the accommodation arrangement in ways that seemed to assume I understood implications that weren't obvious to me. References to discretion agreements and arrangement boundaries that would need to be established, along with mention of additional income opportunities that might be available through connections they could provide. When I asked for more specific information about these opportunities, they explained that sharing accommodation often led to networking possibilities and introductions to people who needed various services from reliable, discreet individuals. Nothing they said was explicitly concerning, but the combination of vague language and implied opportunities created an impression that the flatmate arrangement might involve more than just sharing rent and living space. I decided to research their background more thoroughly before making any commitments, using the personal details they provided to verify their identity and housing history. What I found was troubling. The name and references they'd given me didn't correspond to any verifiable identity or rental history. The professional credentials and educational background they'd described couldn't be confirmed through normal sources. More concerning was that the address they'd listed as their current accommodation was connected to properties that appeared in police reports and local news stories about disturbances, suspicious activities, and investigations into what were described as unconventional business operations. When I tried to research the flatmate finding platform itself more thoroughly, I discovered it wasn't just a housing website, but part of a larger system that facilitated various types of arrangements between people with specific requirements that couldn't be met through mainstream channels. Some profiles were clearly offering accommodation arrangements that involved much more than sharing domestic space. People seeking flatmates who would be willing to participate in activities that required discretion, or who could provide services that weren't advertised openly, but were implied through coded language. The detailed personal information being collected wasn't just for compatibility matching. It was for assessing people's suitability for involvement in activities that required particular psychological profiles and circumstances. I realized I'd been recruited not just as a potential flatmate, but as someone who might be willing to participate in arrangements that involve criminal or exploitative activities disguised as alternative lifestyle choices. The income opportunities that had been mentioned weren't legitimate employment, but payment for participating in activities that required people who were financially desperate and socially isolated enough to agree to things they wouldn't normally consider. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide clear guidance about how to extract myself safely from the situation. The people involved had already gathered detailed personal information about me and demonstrated sophisticated methods for concealing their actual activities and identities. Simply declining their flatmate offer might not be sufficient if they decided I posed a security risk because of what I'd learned about their recruitment methods. Meanwhile, the platform was probably continuing to target vulnerable students who were desperate for affordable accommodation and might be willing to compromise their safety and ethics in exchange for housing and income they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The flatmate search that should have been a straightforward housing arrangement had instead provided insight into systematic exploitation of students who were made vulnerable by financial pressures and housing insecurity. I never responded to any follow-up communications from potential flatmates I'd contacted through the platform, and eventually found accommodation through conventional university housing services despite the increased cost. But I remain concerned about other students who might be recruited through similar platforms, particularly those who were more desperate for housing and income than I'd been, and might be less able to recognize the warning signs of criminal recruitment disguised as accommodation opportunities. The detailed personal profiles and compatibility assessments were probably being used to identify students who could be gradually drawn into increasingly compromising arrangements, starting with housing that seemed legitimate but evolving into participation in activities that would be difficult to escape or report safely. When friends complained about difficulties finding affordable accommodation, I found myself unable to recommend alternative platforms without explaining how I discovered their connection to criminal recruitment, which would require admitting to activities I'd prefer to keep private. The housing crisis affecting students was creating vulnerabilities that were being systematically exploited by people who understood how to present criminal opportunities as legitimate solutions to accommodation and financial problems. Every time I saw flatmate advertisements that promised unusually good deals or mentioned alternative arrangements, I wondered whether students were being recruited for activities that went far beyond sharing rent and living space. The search for someone to help with accommodation costs had instead revealed how easily desperate circumstances could be exploited by people who specialized in identifying and manipulating vulnerable individuals through offers that seemed too good to question until it was too late to withdraw safely. I wish I'd thrown that recipe card away the moment I realized it wasn't for anything you'd actually want to eat. It was tucked inside a cookbook I'd bought from a charity shop, one of those massive family recipe collections from the 1970s that promised to feed a household for about 50 pence per meal, perfect for a student budget, and exactly the sort of thing you'd expect to find in a help-the-aged shop for a couple of quid. The recipe card was handwritten on proper index cardstock, the kind people used before everything went digital. Someone had taken real care with it, writing out ingredients and instructions in neat handwriting that looked like it belonged to someone who took cooking seriously. But the recipe itself was strange. It was for something called compliance cookies, which wasn't a name I recognized, and the ingredient list included items that definitely weren't meant for baking. Things like pharmaceutical compounds with complex chemical names, and instructions for precise measurements that seemed more suited to a laboratory than a kitchen. At first, I assumed it was someone's idea of a joke recipe, or maybe notes from a chemistry student who'd been using recipe cards for study materials. But the more I looked at it, the more detailed and professional it appeared. The instructions weren't written like a joke. They included specific timing requirements, temperature controls, and even warnings about handling certain ingredients safely. Someone had clearly tested this recipe multiple times and refined the process based on actual results. Most concerning were the notes written in the margins about dosage calculations based on body weight and expected effects on different types of people. These weren't cooking notes. They were instructions for administering controlled substances to unwitting victims through food. I tried to research some of the chemical compounds mentioned in the recipe and found that several were pharmaceutical drugs that could cause serious behavioral changes if consumed without medical supervision. Others appeared to be industrial chemicals that had no legitimate use in food preparation. The recipe was essentially a guide for drugging people without their knowledge or consent, disguised as baking instructions that could be easily overlooked or dismissed as harmless cooking experiments. But finding this recipe card raised disturbing questions about who had created it and what they'd been planning to do with these so-called compliance cookies. I decided to look more carefully through the cookbook to see if there were other unusual recipe cards or notes that might provide context for what I'd discovered. What I found were several more handwritten cards tucked between pages, all containing similar recipes for foods and drinks that included pharmaceutical or chemical additives designed to affect people's behavior or cognitive function. Someone had been systematically developing methods for administering various drugs through normal food and beverages, with detailed instructions for preparation and dosage that suggested extensive testing and refinement. The recipes covered everything from mild sedatives that could make people compliant and suggestible, to more serious compounds that could cause unconsciousness or memory problems that would prevent victims from recalling what had happened to them. But most disturbing was that these weren't theoretical experiments. The margin notes included observations about how different people had responded to various formulations, with adjustments made based on real-world testing of these dangerous recipes. Someone had been using these recipes to drug actual people, documenting the results and continuously improving their methods based on observed effects on unwitting victims. I was holding evidence of systematic poisoning that had probably been used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had no idea they were being chemically incapacitated. When I tried to research whether similar recipe cards or instruction sets were available through other sources, I found myself following links to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly this type of criminal instruction. The sites contained extensive libraries of recipes and techniques for administering various drugs through food and drinks, with detailed information about sources for ingredients, preparation methods, and strategies for avoiding detection. The communities using these sites shared experiences and improvements, treating systematic poisoning as a collaborative hobby where people could learn from each other's successes and mistakes. But most shocking was discovering that the charity shop cookbook wasn't an isolated case. These recipe collections were deliberately distributed through second-hand bookshops, charity sales, and other channels where they could be discovered by people who might be interested in their contents. The recipes were being spread systematically, with experienced practitioners using anonymous distribution methods to share their techniques with potential new users who were seeking ways to gain control over other people through chemical means. I realized that charity shops and second-hand bookstores were being used as distribution networks for criminal instruction materials, with dangerous recipe collections hidden among normal cooking books, where they could be found by people looking for exactly this type of information. But the casual way these materials were being distributed suggested that systematic drugging was much more common than I'd ever imagined, with established communities of people who regularly use these techniques against unsuspecting victims. The professional quality and extensive testing notes indicated that these weren't amateur experiments, but refined criminal methods that had been developed and perfected through extensive real-world application. People were being systematically drugged in restaurants, social situations, and domestic environments by individuals who had access to detailed instructions for chemical incapacitation that had been tested and proven effective against unwitting victims. But proving the criminal nature of these recipe cards would be complicated, since they were presented as unusual cooking instructions rather than explicit guides for drugging people. The chemical compounds mentioned in the recipes could potentially have legitimate uses, and the format made them appear like eccentric culinary experiments rather than systematic poisoning instructions. Meanwhile, the distribution system was probably continuing to spread these dangerous recipes through charity shops and second-hand bookstores, making them available to anyone who was looking for methods to chemically control other people. The recipe cards I'd found were just a small sample of criminal instruction materials that were being circulated through channels that appeared completely innocent and legitimate, But the most troubling realization was that the people creating and distributing these recipes were probably still active, continuing to develop new methods and test them on unwitting victims who would never realize they'd been systematically poisoned. The extensive margin notes and refinement instructions suggested ongoing criminal activity that was being documented and shared to help other people become more effective at drugging their intended targets. I never reported the recipe cards to police, partly because explaining how I'd found them would be difficult, and partly because the evidence was ambiguous enough that prosecution would be challenging without specific victims or witnessed crimes. But I remained disturbed by the knowledge that systematic poisoning instructions were being casually distributed through second-hand book channels, and that the people responsible were probably continuing to refine and share their techniques with growing communities of individuals who used chemical incapacitation as a regular method for controlling others. The cookbook I'd bought for student budget meal planning had instead provided insight into criminal activities that were probably happening much more frequently than anyone realized, with victims who would never understand why they'd experience unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in social situations where they should have felt safe. Every time I ate food prepared by other people or accepted drinks in social situations, I found myself wondering whether I was consuming something that contained more than the listed ingredients, and whether the people serving food and drinks had access to recipe cards that weren't designed for normal culinary purposes. When I eventually moved house and donated books to charity shops, I made sure to flip through every cookbook and recipe collection first, checking for handwritten cards that might contain instructions for activities that had nothing to do with legitimate cooking. Imagine being 15 and desperate enough to impress someone that you pretend to know about things you'd only read about in forum posts, until pretending becomes something much more dangerous than you ever intended. I was in year 11 at a comprehensive in Manchester when I started chatting with someone who seemed infinitely cooler than anyone I knew in real life. She went by the username Dark Explorer and claimed to be 18, studying media at university, with access to parts of the internet that most people never discovered. We'd met in a forum dedicated to discussing banned films and censored content, where she posted detailed reviews of documentaries and footage that had been pulled from mainstream platforms. Her knowledge seemed encyclopedic. She could discuss technical aspects of film production, legal issues around content distribution, and historical context for material that I'd barely heard of. I was immediately intimidated and fascinated. Here was someone who seemed to understand the internet's hidden corners in ways that made my own browsing habits feel childish and superficial. I wanted to seem equally knowledgeable, equally sophisticated in my interests, so I started exaggerating. When she mentioned underground streaming sites, I claimed to have accessed them. When she discussed extreme content that existed in legal grey areas, I pretended to have seen it. When she referenced technical concepts I didn't understand, I nodded along and tried to contribute insights that made me sound more experienced than I actually was. The lies started small but escalated quickly as our conversations continued. She seemed impressed by my apparent knowledge, which encouraged me to embellish further. I created stories about content I'd supposedly discovered, shared fictional accounts of browsing sessions that had never happened, built an entire persona around being someone far more worldly than a 15-year-old from suburban Manchester actually was. After about 2 months of increasingly elaborate fabrications, Dark Explorer mentioned something that made me panic about maintaining my false image. Red rooms, she brought them up casually, as if they were just another type of content she'd encountered during her explorations of hidden sites. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time, broadcast from various locations on the dark web. Most people dismissed red rooms as urban legends, she explained, but anyone who'd spent serious time exploring the internet's darker regions knew they existed. The technical barriers weren't as insurmountable as skeptics claimed, and there was clearly sufficient demand to make them economically viable. I should have admitted ignorance at that point, should have explained that I'd heard of red rooms but never actually encountered one. Instead, I found myself claiming not only to have seen them, but to have opinions about their authenticity and technical implementation. Dark Explorer seemed intrigued by my supposed expertise. She asked detailed questions about specific aspects of Red Room streams, video quality, interface design, audience interaction methods, questions that made it clear she expected me to have first-hand knowledge rather than theoretical understanding. I improvised answers based on things I'd read in forum discussions, trying to sound authoritative while hoping she wouldn't notice the gaps in my knowledge. The conversation felt like a test I was barely passing, with each question pushing me further into territory I didn't actually understand. After that discussion, I spent hours researching red rooms online, trying to learn enough to maintain the facade I'd created. Most of what I found was obviously fictional or second-hand speculation, but a few sources seemed to have genuine knowledge about accessing hidden streaming sites. The research was supposed to be about covering my lies, but I found myself genuinely curious about whether red rooms actually existed. If Dark Explorer was right about them being real phenomena rather than internet mythology, then documenting them would provide the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my reputation as someone worth knowing. I started exploring parts of the internet I'd never visited before, following leads from the more credible sources I'd discovered. The process was more complex than I'd expected, involving software I'd never used and sites that required specific access methods. After about a week of persistent searching, I found something that looked promising. A site hosting what appeared to be live streams from various hidden locations. The interface was basic but functional, with video players showing feeds from different rooms. Most showed empty spaces or static scenes, but a few had activity that suggested they were genuinely live. One stream showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage with someone strapped to a metal table. The video quality was poor and there was no audio, but the timestamp suggested it was happening in real time, rather than being pre-recorded content. I watched for about an hour, telling myself I was conducting research rather than witnessing something genuinely disturbing. The person on the table would occasionally move or struggle against their restraints, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame and began making preparations that suggested the stream was about to become considerably more disturbing than passive observation of a restrained person. I should have closed the browser at that point and pretended I'd never found the site. Instead, I took screenshots and saved details about how to access the stream, thinking this would provide evidence to share with Dark Explorer that would prove my claimed expertise was genuine. The next day, I messaged her with carefully edited details about what I'd supposedly discovered. I described the site and its content in ways that demonstrated I'd actually accessed it, while avoiding specifics that might reveal how recently I'd found it, or how little I actually understood about what I was seeing. Dark Explorer seemed impressed but also concerned. She pointed out that witnessing real violence, even passively through online streams, could have legal implications that I might not have considered. She suggested I be more careful about what I accessed and how I documented it. Her concern felt genuine in ways that made me realize she might actually care about my well-being, rather than just being impressed by my supposed knowledge. For the first time since we'd started chatting, I considered telling her the truth about how inexperienced I actually was. But I was too invested in the persona I'd created to back down now. Instead, I assured her that I was being careful and knew what I was doing, while privately resolving to be more cautious about what I accessed online. Except I kept going back to the streaming site. Not because I enjoyed watching disturbing content, but because I'd become fascinated by the technical aspects of how it functioned. The site seemed to host multiple streams from different locations, suggesting either a single person with access to various properties or multiple people contributing content to a shared platform. The streams I'd initially found were replaced by new ones every few days, always showing different rooms and different victims. The production quality varied considerably, from professional setups with multiple camera angles to amateur recordings from single static positions. What disturbed me most wasn't the violence itself, but the mundane details that suggested these streams were being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Background sounds that seemed typically British, architectural details that looked familiar, even glimpses of packaging or signage that suggested UK origins. The possibility that red rooms were being produced somewhere near Manchester rather than in abstract foreign locations made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't distant criminals operating in places I'd never visit. They could be people who lived in my area, used the same shops, traveled the same roads. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was around my own age, a 16-year-old who'd been reported missing about 2 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The circumstances were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for them to disappear voluntarily. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing person had lived in an area of Manchester I was familiar with. They disappeared while walking home along a route that passed through several areas where someone could be intercepted without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own city might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about impressing someone online or maintaining a false persona. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. 15-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while trying to impress someone online. They'd probably assume I was making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified their activities. I'd been accessing their content for weeks, potentially leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Dark Explorer had mentioned that serious exploration of hidden sites required understanding how to protect your identity and location from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite claiming to be experienced with this type of browsing. I decided to be more honest with her about my actual level of expertise, hoping she might provide guidance about staying safe online while continuing to access unusual content. But when I tried to message her, I discovered that her account had been deleted. Not just inactive or abandoned, but completely removed from the forum where we'd met. Her previous posts were gone. Her username was available for new registration, and there was no indication that Dark Explorer had ever existed. I checked other platforms where we'd occasionally communicated, but found the same thing. Every trace of our conversations had been eliminated, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of our interaction. The sudden disappearance felt ominous in ways I couldn't quite articulate. Either Dark Explorer had decided to completely reinvent her online identity for reasons I didn't understand, or something had happened that required eliminating her digital presence entirely. I stopped accessing the streaming site after that, telling myself I'd learned enough to satisfy my curiosity and prove my claimed expertise to myself, if not to anyone else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than I'd initially understood. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered later than usual. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved slightly. Sounds outside my bedroom window that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or paranoia, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing concern that I'd attracted unwanted attention through my online activities. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking to college, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made it clear this wasn't a random incident. Stop pretending. No signature, no explanation. Just those two words that referenced the fundamental dishonesty that had led me into this situation. Someone knew I'd been fabricating knowledge about things I didn't understand, and they'd apparently been monitoring my activities closely enough to document my real-world movements. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a prank or coincidence, but I couldn't explain how someone had obtained my home address or managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. I never tried to contact Dark Explorer again or access any more hidden streaming sites. The whole experience had taught me that pretending to knowledge I didn't possess could lead to consequences I wasn't prepared to handle. But I still think about that photograph and the casual way someone had documented my movements without me noticing anything unusual. How long they might have been watching me before deciding to reveal their surveillance. And I think about Dark Explorer and whether she'd been real at all, or just part of an elaborate process designed to draw people like me into situations they didn't understand. Whether other people had received similar guidance and encouragement to explore content they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing had been a game from the beginning, just not the kind of game I thought I was playing. Whether my attempts to impress someone online had made me a target for people who were considerably more experienced at manipulation than I was at detecting it. The lecture notes on the USB stick I discovered in the university library weren't from any course I'd ever heard of. I was hunting for a power socket in the back corner of the university library when I spotted it plugged into an outlet behind one of the desks. Someone had obviously been charging it and forgotten to take it with them when they left. Happens all the time. Students are constantly losing phones, chargers, and memory sticks around campus. I unplugged it thinking I'd hand it in at the front desk, but curiosity got the better of me first. The stick was unlabeled and looked fairly new, so I figured I'd have a quick look to see if there were any files that might help identify the owner. Maybe a name in a document or assignment header that would let me return it directly. When I plugged it into my laptop, the drive contained several folders organized by what appeared to be academic subjects: psychology, sociology, medicine, standard university course materials. But when I opened the psychology folder, the content wasn't anything I recognized from the curriculum. The files were lecture notes and research papers, but the topics were disturbing. Documents about psychological manipulation techniques, studies on breaking down mental resistance, even what appeared to be instruction manuals for inducing specific types of trauma responses in test subjects. I assumed it must be postgraduate research materials, maybe someone studying forensic psychology or criminal behavior analysis. Dark topics, but legitimate academic subjects that would require understanding how psychological harm was inflicted in order to treat or prevent it. But as I looked through more files, the content became increasingly practical and detailed. Not theoretical analysis of psychological manipulation, but step-by-step guides for actually implementing these techniques against real people. The sociology folder contains similar material focused on social isolation tactics, methods for cutting people off from support systems, and strategies for making individuals dependent on specific handlers or controllers. Again, presented in academic language, but with practical applications that seemed designed for actual use rather than theoretical study. Most disturbing was the medicine folder, which contained detailed information about pharmaceutical compounds that could be administered without detection, dosage calculations for different body weights, and instructions for recognizing and managing various types of drug-induced behavioral changes. The documents were professionally written and extensively referenced, but they read more like training manuals for criminal activities than legitimate academic research. Someone had compiled comprehensive guides for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation disguised as university study materials. I started checking the file properties and metadata to understand more about where these documents had come from and who might have created them. Most showed creation dates within the past few months, and several contained revision histories suggesting they were actively maintained and updated. But there were no identifying details about the author or institution. The files were carefully sanitized to remove any information that might trace them back to specific individuals or organizations. When I tried to research some of the reference studies and publications mentioned in the documents, I found that while many were real academic papers, they were being cited in ways that distorted their original findings and conclusions. Legitimate research about trauma recovery was being misrepresented to support techniques for inflicting psychological damage. Medical studies about pharmaceutical effects were being reframed as instructions for drugging people without consent. Academic work was being systematically corrupted to create guides for criminal activity. The USB drive wasn't just study material someone had forgotten. It was a comprehensive training curriculum for people learning to manipulate, control, and harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But I had no idea whether the person who'd lost it was a student researching these topics for legitimate academic purposes, or someone actively involved in activities that required this type of specialized knowledge. The location where I'd found the drive didn't provide any obvious clues. That section of the library was used by students from multiple departments, and anyone could have been working there and accidentally left the USB stick behind. I considered reporting the find to university security or police, but explaining the content would require admitting that I'd accessed files that might be evidence of criminal activity, without knowing whether the materials were connected to ongoing crimes or just disturbing academic research. Reporting them might create problems for innocent people while failing to prevent actual harm. But keeping the drive felt equally problematic. If the materials were being used to plan or commit serious crimes against real victims, failing to report them might mean allowing preventable harm to continue. I decided to research whether similar training materials were available through other sources, hoping to understand whether this was an isolated collection or part of a larger pattern of criminal instruction sharing. That research led me to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly these types of educational resources. Comprehensive training programs for people who wanted to learn psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques. The materials on the USB drive weren't unique. They were part of systematic educational offerings designed to train people in methods for harming others while avoiding detection or accountability. The courses were professionally structured and extensively detailed, covering everything from basic psychological pressure tactics to advanced pharmaceutical manipulation. Students could progress through different skill levels, receive updated materials, and even access practical training opportunities. Most disturbing was that the program specifically targeted university students and recent graduates, recruiting people who had academic backgrounds that would make them effective at applying psychological and medical knowledge for criminal purposes. The training wasn't just theoretical. It included practical assignments where students were expected to test techniques on real people and report back on the effectiveness of different approaches. I realized that whoever had lost the USB drive was probably participating in an organized criminal training program that was systematically teaching people to harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But the educational materials were just one part of a larger operation that included practical application opportunities. Students who completed the training programs were connected with people who could provide targets for practicing their newly acquired skills. The psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques weren't being taught for academic interest. They were professional development for people planning to participate in serious crimes against vulnerable victims. The university environment provided perfect cover for this type of criminal education. Students regularly accessed disturbing academic content, participated in psychological research, and studied medical topics that would seem suspicious in other contexts. People learning to manipulate and harm others could blend seamlessly into legitimate academic communities while developing skills that would eventually be used against innocent people who had no idea they were being systematically targeted. But identifying specific participants in these training programs would be nearly impossible without inside knowledge of the recruitment and education processes. The materials were designed to be shared discreetly among trusted individuals who had demonstrated commitment to the criminal applications. Meanwhile, the training programs were probably continuing to recruit new students and develop increasingly sophisticated methods for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation that could be used against growing numbers of victims. The USB drive I'd found was evidence of systematic criminal education that was almost certainly being used to facilitate ongoing harm against people who had no idea they were being targeted by individuals with specialized training in exploitation techniques. But proving the connection between the educational materials and specific crimes would require much more comprehensive investigation than I could undertake safely on my own. I never returned the USB drive to the library or attempted to identify its owner. Instead, I destroyed it and tried to forget about the disturbing training materials I'd discovered. But the knowledge that such comprehensive criminal education was being conducted through apparently legitimate academic channels made me constantly aware of how vulnerable everyone was to manipulation by people who had learned to weaponize psychological and medical knowledge against unsuspecting victims. The week after I destroyed the drive, I noticed someone had been asking around the library about a lost USB stick, providing descriptions that matched exactly what I'd found and offering a substantial reward for its return. University email looked legitimate enough. Participate in a research study about student lifestyle habits. £20 for completing an online questionnaire. All responses kept confidential. I almost deleted it without reading properly, but £20 was £20, and the sender address seemed genuine. The email came from what appeared to be the university's psychology department and mentioned ethical approval numbers that looked official enough. With rent due and my bank account showing a depressing balance, I figured an hour of answering questions about my daily routine was worth the money. The survey link led to a professional-looking website with university branding and the sort of detailed consent forms you'd expect from legitimate academic research. Nothing seemed unusual about the initial questions. Basic demographics, what I was studying, where I lived, general lifestyle information that would be standard for any student survey. But as I worked through the questionnaire, the questions became increasingly specific and personal. Instead of asking about general social media usage, they wanted detailed information about which platforms I used, how often I posted, what types of content I shared. Rather than basic questions about living arrangements, they asked for precise details about my accommodation, room location, security measures, daily schedules. The section about family relationships was particularly intrusive. Questions about my parents' occupations, financial situation, how often we spoke, whether I told them about any recent problems or concerns. The information appeared to go far beyond what would be required for research on student lifestyle habits. When I tried to skip some of the more personal questions, the survey wouldn't let me proceed without completing every field. The system insisted that comprehensive data was essential for the validity of their research, and that partial responses couldn't be included in the study. By the time I'd spent 40 minutes working through increasingly uncomfortable questions, I was committed to finishing just to get the promised payment. The final sections covered topics like risk-taking behavior, financial pressures, social isolation, and mental health concerns, areas that felt more like a psychological assessment than lifestyle research. The survey ended with a thank you message explaining that payment would be processed within a few days and that participants might be contacted about follow-up studies if they were interested in additional research opportunities. I forgot about it until the £20 appeared in my account 3 days later, along with an email thanking me for my participation and inviting me to take part in a more detailed study that would pay significantly more for extended participation. The follow-up study was described as longitudinal research tracking student experiences over several months. Participants would complete weekly check-ins about their activities, feelings, and circumstances, with payment increasing based on the length and detail of their responses. The money was tempting. They were offering potentially hundreds of pounds for what seemed like straightforward diary keeping about university life. But something about the initial questionnaire had made me uncomfortable, and I decided not to respond to the follow-up invitation. That's when I started noticing things that suggested the survey hadn't been legitimate academic research at all. Within a week of completing the questionnaire, I began receiving targeted advertisements and promotional emails that seemed specifically tailored to information I'd provided in the survey. Products and services that matched details about my living situation, financial concerns, and personal interests that I'd disclosed in what was supposed to be confidential research. More concerning were phone calls and text messages from companies offering student loans, credit cards, and other financial services that specifically mentioned circumstances I'd described in the survey responses. Information that should have been protected by research confidentiality was clearly being used for commercial purposes. I tried to research the psychology department contact who had sent the original survey invitation, but found no record of anyone by that name working at the university. The email address, while appearing official, wasn't listed in any university staff directories or research publications. When I contacted the university's actual psychology department to ask about the student lifestyle research, they had no knowledge of any such study and were concerned that someone was using university branding to conduct unauthorized research. I realized I'd been tricked into providing detailed personal information to people who were using fake academic credentials to gather intelligence about vulnerable students. The comprehensive questionnaire had been designed to identify people who were financially struggling, socially isolated, or dealing with personal problems that might make them susceptible to various forms of exploitation. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately resolve the situation. The personal information I'd provided was already being used for purposes I'd never consented to, and there was no way to retrieve or protect data that had been collected under false pretenses. More troubling was the realization that other students had probably completed the same fake survey, providing the same detailed personal information to people who specialized in identifying and targeting vulnerable young people. I started asking friends and course mates whether they'd received similar survey invitations, and found that several had completed questionnaires that matched the format and content of what I'd experienced. All had been attracted by the payment offered and the apparently legitimate university branding. None had realized they were providing personal information to criminals rather than contributing to genuine academic research, and most were disturbed to learn that their private details were probably being used for commercial exploitation or worse. We tried to report the fake survey to university authorities and local police, but without access to the original websites or clear evidence of specific crimes, there was little immediate action that could be taken. The survey platforms had disappeared, the email addresses were no longer active, and the people behind the operation had covered their tracks effectively. But the personal information we'd provided was permanent, and the consequences of that data being in the wrong hands became clear over the following weeks. Several students who had completed the survey began experiencing problems that seemed directly connected to the information they'd disclosed. Identity theft, unauthorized credit applications, even stalking incidents that appeared to be based on detailed knowledge of their daily routines and personal circumstances. The fake academic research had been a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to identify students who could be targeted for various types of criminal exploitation. The detailed questionnaire had provided everything needed to assess financial vulnerability, social isolation, and psychological weaknesses that could be exploited. But the most disturbing aspect was how effectively the operation had used trust in academic institutions to overcome normal privacy concerns. Students who would never have provided such detailed personal information to commercial organizations had willingly shared everything with what appeared to be legitimate university research. The promise of payment and the academic branding had made the extensive personal questions seem reasonable and necessary, when in reality they were systematic assessment tools designed to facilitate criminal targeting of vulnerable individuals. I remain concerned about the long-term implications of having my personal information in the hands of people who specialized in exploiting student vulnerabilities. The comprehensive data I'd provided would be valuable for identity theft, financial fraud, or more serious crimes that required detailed knowledge of target circumstances and weaknesses. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing with new fake surveys and different university branding, systematically gathering intelligence about students across multiple institutions while maintaining the appearance of legitimate academic research. People seeking to earn money through participation in university studies were systematically deceived into providing detailed personal information that would facilitate their own exploitation or that of other vulnerable students. The survey response I'd thought would provide easy money had instead made me a target for people who understood exactly how to exploit the financial pressures and trust that characterize student life at universities across the country. 6 weeks after completing the original survey, I received a handwritten letter at my home address containing detailed information about my family members and daily routine, along with an invitation to participate in what was described as an exclusive research opportunity that would provide substantial financial compensation for students who were willing to assist with specialized data collection projects. It felt like a game at first, but I quickly learned it wasn't, and what followed would change my life. My parents worked long hours, and I was an only child, which meant most evenings were spent alone in my room in our terrace house in Reading, supposedly doing GCSE coursework, but actually scrolling through whatever caught my attention online. The internet was more entertaining than television, and considerably more entertaining than the homework I was meant to be doing. I'd started with the usual social media platforms, but they got repetitive quickly. Same people posting the same types of content, same arguments about the same topics, same manufactured drama that felt hollow after a while. I wanted something more authentic, more immediate, more real than the polished nonsense everyone was sharing. That's when I discovered image boards, not the mainstream ones that everyone knew about, but smaller, more obscure communities where people shared content that wouldn't survive long on regular platforms. Raw, unfiltered material that felt genuine in ways that social media never did. The sort of places where people posted without worrying about maintaining personal brands or managing public images. The content was hit and miss, sometimes interesting, sometimes disturbing, often just random nonsense that someone had found amusing enough to share. But there was an authenticity to it that I found appealing. People weren't performing for audiences the way they did elsewhere online. They were just sharing whatever they'd encountered or created. One image board I frequented had a section dedicated to what they called rare finds, unusual content that people had discovered in the deeper parts of the internet. Not necessarily illegal material, just things that were difficult to find or access through normal browsing. The discussions were more sophisticated than you'd expect from random internet users. People analyzed the authenticity of footage, discussed technical aspects of content creation, shared methods for accessing hidden or restricted material. It felt like being part of an exclusive research community. That's where I first encountered mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web, where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible urban legends, but a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. What made me pay attention was how casually these discussions happened. People weren't treating it like creepypasta or horror fiction. They discussed Red Rooms the same way they discussed any other type of online content, as something that probably existed somewhere, even if it was difficult to access. One regular poster, who went by Streamfinder, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room broadcasts. He was selective about who he shared content with, requiring people to contribute interesting finds before he'd provide access to his collection. I spent several weeks proving my interest by sharing unusual content I discovered on other platforms. Nothing extreme, just rare or hard to find material that demonstrated I was serious about documenting authentic internet phenomena rather than just seeking sensational content. Streamfinder eventually shared some files from his archive, video clips that showed dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Streamfinder explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't easy to find through casual browsing. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in unusual internet content was supposed to be about finding authentic material, not witnessing actual crimes. But the way Streamfinder described it made it sound like an academic exercise rather than participation in something illegal. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software to download, rotating passwords that changed every few hours, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream during a quiet evening at home, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player embedded in a simple web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 150 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere felt industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who'd stopped fighting against their situation. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages. People discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like interactive entertainment. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour while my parents were downstairs watching television, using headphones so they wouldn't hear anything from my room. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 9 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked methodically, following what appeared to be a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 200. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details in the video feed. On the wall behind the table was a local business calendar, one of those promotional items that companies give out to customers at the beginning of each year. The business name was partially visible, and it looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the calendar. The company name was for a plumbing supplier in Reading, the same town where I lived. I'd seen their van parked outside houses in my neighborhood when they were doing repair work or installations, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere local rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and real. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It was potentially occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in my bedroom. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the plumbing company and their customer base. They serviced residential and commercial properties throughout Reading and the surrounding areas, including industrial units and warehouse spaces that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. I started paying attention to their vans when I saw them around town, noting which properties they visited and whether any locations seemed unusual or suspicious. Most were obviously legitimate, houses and businesses that needed normal plumbing work, but I noticed they'd done work at several commercial properties that appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their external appearance. Empty office buildings, unused warehouse units, the sort of places where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors. One location particularly caught my attention because it was in an industrial area about 20 minutes from my house, and the plumbing company had visited several times over the past few months, according to the work schedules visible on their website. I decided to take a look at the area during a weekend, using revision time as an excuse to get out of the house. The industrial estate was mostly legitimate businesses, but several units were clearly vacant with to let signs and boarded windows. The unit that had received multiple plumbing visits was officially empty according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, utility connections that suggested power and water were still active. From the road, everything looked normal, just another vacant commercial property waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time, there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or broadcasting. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the stream I'd watched was being produced. Streamfinder had mentioned that what I'd observed wasn't an isolated incident. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my GCS-ES instead, but the discovery that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and important than just another piece of unusual internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time, the identifying details were clearer. Not just a local business calendar, but a window that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive designs, road markings that were obviously British. The architectural style looked familiar because it was similar to houses in my own neighborhood. Those Victorian terraces, the specific streetlight designs used by the local council, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Reading I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within the town where I lived. The realization that red rooms might be operating in my own community, rather than some distant location, made everything feel more dangerous and immediate. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign countries. They were people who might shop in the same places, use the same roads, possibly even live on streets I walked down regularly. I started researching local missing person reports, looking for cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. But I did find several reports of people who disappeared without obvious explanation over the past year. Not enough to establish any clear pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a town the size of Reading. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was someone around my own age. A 17-year-old who'd been reported missing about 3 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The physical description and age were similar to someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archive streams Streamfinder had shared. The circumstances of the disappearance were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for the person to leave voluntarily, and no evidence of where they might have gone. They'd simply vanished between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I researched the route they would have taken and found it passed through several areas with vacant commercial properties, including the industrial estate where I'd noticed the suspicious activity. It would have been easy for someone to intercept them in a relatively isolated area without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own town might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about documenting unusual internet phenomena. It was about real people from my community suffering for the entertainment of online audiences. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that would sound. 16-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local business calendars and street architecture. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the red rooms discovered that someone had identified their activities. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect themselves from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document activity at suspicious locations, record when lights were visible in supposedly vacant properties, note which vehicles visited and when. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I started noticing that I might not be the only person watching these locations. Other people seemed to be taking unusual interest in the same properties I was monitoring. Not obviously suspicious behavior, just individuals who appeared more often than random chance would suggest, positioned where they could observe the vacant units without being obvious about it. One person I noticed regularly was someone who looked like they might be around college age, watching the industrial estate from different positions over several days. Not someone I recognized from my own college, but possibly a student from elsewhere in Reading. The possibility that other people had discovered the same connections I had made me realize that my investigation might not be as secret as I'd assumed. If multiple people were monitoring these locations, then whoever was behind this might already be aware that their activities had been identified. That evening, I found a note that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Just a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Games should stay games. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. The word games particularly bothered me because it echoed my own initial reaction to finding the streams. Someone had been watching me closely enough to know how I'd approach this situation, what my motivations were, possibly even what I'd been thinking. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't explain how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped visiting the industrial estate and tried to focus on my GCSE revision instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The lights stopped appearing in the vacant units around the same time I stopped conducting surveillance. Either the activities had moved elsewhere, or whoever was responsible had decided to suspend things until the attention died down. I never reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. The evidence was too circumstantial, and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for my exams. But I still think about that first stream and how it had felt like a game until I realized the victims were real people from my own community. How the distance created by computer screens and internet anonymity had made it easy to treat serious violence as entertainment. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial properties across the country, operated by people who look and act like ordinary members of their communities when they're not broadcasting real suffering to paying audiences. Sometimes I wonder if other people my age have stumbled across similar activities in their own towns, thinking they were just exploring unusual internet content until they realized the victims were real people from their own communities, whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too scared to risk becoming the next person to disappear between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I still think about this every time I see a phone left unattended somewhere, and it makes me wonder what secrets everyone's carrying around without realizing it. It happened during my second year at Manchester University. I was in the library cramming for exams when I noticed someone had left their phone on the table next to mine. There was nothing exceptional about it. It was just a standard iPhone. Yet its owner had not returned for more than an hour. I figured I'd hand it in at the library desk, but the screen kept lighting up with notifications and messages. I wasn't deliberately trying to read anything, but it's hard not to notice when someone receives dozens of text messages and the preview lines appear on the lock screen. The messages weren't the usual student stuff you'd expect. Instead of chat about assignments or plans for drinks, these were cryptic references to locations, times, and what appeared to be coded arrangements for meetings or transactions. I became intrigued and began closely observing the pattern of notifications. The messages were coming from multiple contacts, but they all had similar formats, combinations of letters and numbers that looked more like usernames than real names. When the phone buzzed with an incoming call from someone listed as DM_Manchester_03, I made a decision that probably seems obvious in hindsight, but felt justified at the time. I answered it thinking I could explain that they'd reached a lost phone and help arrange for its return to the owner. The person on the other end seemed confused when I explained the situation, but not in the way you'd expect from someone whose friend had lost their phone. Instead, they sounded concerned about what I might have seen and started asking specific questions about which messages had come through and whether I'd accessed any applications. When I assured them I hadn't looked through anything private, just noticed the notifications on the lock screen, they seemed slightly relieved, but still worried about what they called operational security being compromised by the phone being left unattended. That terminology made me realize this wasn't just someone who'd misplaced their device. There was something on this phone that required serious security precautions and careful handling. The caller asked me to power down the phone immediately and leave it exactly where I'd found it. They explained that the owner would return to collect it within the hour, and that it was important not to move the device or allow anyone else to handle it. The urgency in their voice suggested this was much more serious than recovering a lost phone. They seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of the device being in unauthorized hands. Even briefly, I followed their instructions and left the phone where I'd found it, but I couldn't stop thinking about the strange messages and the caller's reaction to the phone being temporarily lost. During the next hour, I kept glancing over at the phone while pretending to study. The screen continued lighting up with more cryptic messages, and I started noticing patterns in the codes and references that suggested they were related to specific activities happening around Manchester. When someone finally came to collect the phone, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of a student looking for their missing device, it was a middle-aged man in business clothes who approached the table very cautiously and checked the area carefully before picking up the phone. He didn't seem relieved to find his lost property. Instead, he looked worried and spent several minutes checking the device thoroughly before leaving quickly without acknowledging my presence. The whole interaction felt more like someone recovering sensitive equipment than a simple lost property retrieval. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd witnessed and what kind of activities might require that level of security and operational concern. I started researching the location references I'd glimpsed in the message previews, trying to understand if they corresponded to any significant places or events around Manchester. What I found led me to websites and platforms I'd never encountered before, places that required specific access methods and operated outside normal internet structures, sites where people coordinated activities that couldn't be discussed through conventional communication channels. The coded references in the phone messages seemed to relate to a marketplace where various services were being arranged and coordinated. These activities may not be illegal, but they require discretion and anonymity for individuals who cannot afford to have their involvement traced or documented. Some of the services being offered were clearly criminal: drug distribution, stolen goods trading, even what appeared to be violence for hire. But others were more ambiguous, involving information trading, surveillance services, and various forms of assistance that might be legitimate depending on the context. The phone I'd briefly handled contained evidence of systematic criminal coordination happening throughout Manchester, with people using coded communications to arrange everything from minor fraud to serious violent crimes. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide any clear guidance about what to do with the information. I had no concrete evidence of specific crimes, and explaining how I'd learned about these activities would require admitting to accessing communications that weren't intended for me. More importantly, the people involved had already demonstrated their concern about operational security and their ability to respond quickly when they perceived threats to their activities. If they discovered that I'd researched their coded references and found the hidden marketplaces they were using, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be managed. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things around campus and the city that seemed connected to the coded activities I'd glimpsed on the lost phone. People having brief conversations in public places using terminology that matched the message formats I'd seen. Despite their casual appearance, the small transactions and exchanges mirrored the coordination I had witnessed. Most disturbing was the realization that this criminal coordination was happening everywhere, with participants who looked like normal students, professionals, and residents conducting illegal business while maintaining completely ordinary public personas. The hidden marketplace, I discovered, wasn't an isolated community of obvious criminals. It was a parallel economy that operated alongside normal life in Manchester, involving people who could be anyone you might encounter during routine daily activities. But the most troubling aspect was understanding that the security concerns expressed by the phone's associates weren't just about protecting their own activities. They were worried about unauthorized people gaining access to information that could expose a much larger criminal ecosystem. The brief glimpse I'd gotten into their coordination system had probably revealed connections and methods that could be used to identify many more participants in illegal activities across the city. That knowledge made me potentially valuable as an informant for law enforcement, but also potentially dangerous to people who had significant investments in maintaining the secrecy of their operations. I was caught between having information that could help prosecute serious crimes and knowing that revealing what I'd learned could make me a target for people who specialized in eliminating security threats. The lost phone incident had given me unwanted insight into criminal activities that I had no safe way to report or ignore. Meanwhile, the coordination system was probably continuing to facilitate crimes throughout Manchester, with new participants being recruited and existing operations expanding while maintaining the anonymity and security that kept law enforcement from detecting their activities. I never contacted police about what I'd discovered, but I remained constantly aware that I was living in a city where systematic criminal coordination was happening all around me, involving people who might be anyone I encountered during normal daily life. The casual way these activities were integrated into ordinary life made it impossible to feel secure about anyone's true intentions or activities, especially knowing that criminal coordination could be happening through devices and communications that appeared completely normal to casual observation. When I finally graduated and moved away from Manchester, I felt relief about leaving behind the knowledge of criminal activities that I couldn't safely report or completely ignore. But I also realized that similar coordination systems probably operated in every city and university town, with hidden marketplaces facilitating criminal activities while maintaining the appearance of normal communities populated by ordinary people. The lost phone had revealed that criminal coordination was much more widespread and systematically organized than I'd ever imagined, and that the security measures protecting these activities were sophisticated enough to make exposure extremely dangerous for anyone who accidentally gained unauthorized access to their communications. Walking past that library table, where I'd first noticed the abandoned phone, I spotted another device left unattended, with its screen lighting up with incoming messages, and this time I just kept walking. Looking back, I probably should have realized that legitimate academic research doesn't usually require you to sign that many confidentiality agreements before you even know what the study involves. But I was desperate for money during my final year studying sociology at Leeds, and when Dr. Sarah Mitchell from the psychology department contacted me about participating in paid research, I didn't ask nearly enough questions. She'd gotten my details from the university's student participant database and said my academic background made me particularly suitable for what she described as an ethnographic study about online communities. The initial meeting was in her office in the psychology building, which looked exactly like you'd expect. Books everywhere, certificates on the walls, the sort of cluttered academic space that immediately puts you at ease. Dr. Mitchell seemed legitimate enough, asking thoughtful questions about my research experience and explaining that her project involved observing and documenting behavior in digital spaces that weren't easily accessible through conventional research methods. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, explaining that detailed briefings would come later once I'd signed the necessary paperwork and completed security clearance procedures. The payment was substantial, several £100s for what appeared to be part-time observational work that could be done from home around my regular studies. The confidentiality agreements were extensive, covering everything from the research methodology to the platforms I'd be accessing, even the existence of the project itself. Dr. Mitchell explained that this level of security was necessary because the research involved communities that were extremely sensitive about outside observation and could become hostile or dangerous if they discovered they were being studied. She also mentioned that the project had been approved by multiple ethics committees and involved collaboration with law enforcement agencies who were interested in understanding certain online behaviors for public safety purposes. The academic legitimacy and official approval made the extensive security requirements seem reasonable rather than suspicious. After completing the paperwork, I was given specialized software and detailed instructions for accessing the online communities I'd be observing. Dr. Mitchell explained that the platforms required specific technical approaches and were not accessible through normal internet browsing, which is why they needed researchers with strong technical skills and careful attention to security protocols. The communities I was directed to observe were unlike anything I'd encountered before. Instead of typical social media platforms or discussion groups, these were marketplaces and coordination sites where people arranged various types of transactions and services. Initially, many of the activities appeared relatively innocuous. People trading collectibles, arranging transportation services, even what looked like normal commercial transactions that were conducted privately for tax or regulatory reasons. But as I spent more time observing these communities, I began to notice discussions and arrangements that were clearly illegal. There are drug transactions, stolen goods trading, and services that involve harming others in various ways. When I raised concerns about this with Dr. Mitchell during our weekly check-ins, she assured me that observing illegal activity was different from participating in it, and that documenting these behaviors was crucial for understanding how criminal networks operated online. She emphasized that our research was helping law enforcement develop better strategies for disrupting these criminal communities, and that the ethnographic data I was collecting would contribute to prosecuting the people involved in serious crimes. But the more time I spent in these communities, the more I realized that my role wasn't just passive observation. Dr. Mitchell was asking me to engage with other users, build relationships, and gather specific types of information that went well beyond academic research. I was instructed to express interest in various services and products, ask detailed questions about how transactions were arranged, and even request introductions to people who specialized in particular types of criminal activities. The research was requiring me to actively participate in criminal communities, gathering intelligence that could be used for law enforcement purposes, but also potentially implicating me in illegal activities if my involvement was discovered. When I tried to research Dr. Mitchell's academic background more thoroughly, I found that while she had legitimate credentials and university affiliation, her previous research focused on completely different areas and showed no expertise in the digital ethnography she claimed to be conducting. More troubling was that I couldn't find any record of the research project being approved by university ethics committees, despite her claims about extensive oversight and official authorization. I started to suspect that Dr. Mitchell wasn't conducting legitimate academic research at all, but using the pretense of scholarly study to recruit students who could gather intelligence about criminal communities without arousing suspicion. The ethnographic approach provided perfect cover for systematic intelligence gathering, with participants who believed they were contributing to academic knowledge while actually conducting surveillance operations against dangerous criminal networks. But understanding what I was really involved with didn't provide any clear way to extract myself safely from the situation. I'd already spent weeks building relationships within criminal communities and gathering detailed information about their activities and membership. If these communities discovered that I'd been conducting surveillance against them, they would almost certainly consider me a serious security threat that needed to be eliminated. The people involved in these activities had demonstrated their willingness to use violence against anyone who threatened their operations. But continuing to participate meant deeper involvement in criminal activities and gathering more intelligence that could be used for purposes I didn't fully understand. Dr. Mitchell's requests for information were becoming increasingly specific and focused on details that would be valuable for planning operations against the criminal networks. I realized I was probably being used to facilitate actions against these communities that would go well beyond normal law enforcement procedures. The intelligence I was gathering might be used for vigilante operations, criminal extortion, or even worse activities that required detailed knowledge of how these networks operated. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar research projects, I found that Dr. Mitchell had recruited multiple participants over several months, all using the same ethnographic research cover story. But none of the other participants were willing to discuss their experiences, claiming they were bound by confidentiality agreements that prevented them from sharing information about their research activities. The pattern suggested that Dr. Mitchell was systematically recruiting students to conduct intelligence gathering against criminal communities, using academic legitimacy to overcome normal ethical concerns about participating in dangerous surveillance operations. Students who needed money and trusted university authority were being manipulated into conducting activities that could result in serious criminal charges if their surveillance was discovered, or violent retaliation if the communities they were infiltrating identified them as threats. But the most troubling possibility was that the intelligence was being used to aid crime instead of stop it. The detailed information about how these networks operated could be valuable for competing criminal organizations or for people planning to exploit the same communities for their own illegal purposes. I might be helping to facilitate criminal activities while believing I was contributing to legitimate research that would help law enforcement protect public safety. The research project that had seemed like an excellent opportunity to earn money while contributing to academic knowledge had instead drawn me into systematic criminal surveillance that could result in serious legal consequences or violent retaliation. But extracting myself from the situation would require abandoning relationships I'd built within dangerous communities and potentially alerting Dr. Mitchell that I'd discovered the deceptive nature of her research project. Meanwhile, the criminal communities I'd been observing were probably continuing to operate and expand, with new participants being recruited and existing activities becoming more sophisticated and dangerous. The intelligence gathering I'd been conducting might be contributing to escalating criminal conflicts or facilitating new forms of illegal activity that would harm innocent people who had no connection to these hidden communities. I never completed another research session for Dr. Mitchell, claiming that academic pressures required me to focus on my final year coursework rather than external research projects. But I remained concerned about the ongoing use of the intelligence I'd gathered and the possibility that other students were continuing to conduct surveillance operations against criminal communities without understanding the true nature of their involvement. The academic credentials and university affiliation that had made Dr. Mitchell's research project seem legitimate were probably being used to recruit new participants who would unknowingly facilitate criminal intelligence gathering, while believing they were contributing to scholarly research. When I checked the university staff directory several months later, there was no record of Dr. Mitchell being affiliated with the psychology department, and the office where we'd conducted our meetings was listed as unoccupied. The text message was clearly meant for someone else, but when I tried to let them know they'd sent it to the wrong person, I discovered they already knew exactly who I was. It arrived on a Tuesday morning while I was getting ready for lectures at Birmingham University. A simple message with just an address in Moseley and a time, 3 p.m. today. Nothing else. No context, no name, no explanation of what was supposed to happen at that location. I assumed it was a scheduling mix-up, someone trying to arrange a meeting or delivery who'd mistyped a phone number. Happens all the time, especially with university students constantly sharing contact details for group projects and social arrangements. I sent back a quick reply explaining that they'd reached the wrong person and might want to check their contact list. Simple courtesy that would hopefully ensure their actual intended recipient got the message they needed. The response came within minutes, and it made my stomach drop. Instead of acknowledging the mistake, they sent back a message that included my full name, my university course details, and my home address in student accommodation. Information that a random wrong number shouldn't have had any way of knowing. When I asked how they knew my personal details, the response was even more unsettling. They claimed we'd been in contact before and seemed genuinely surprised that I didn't remember our previous conversations. They referenced specific topics we'd supposedly discussed and mentioned arrangements we'd apparently made for ongoing communication. But I had no memory of any previous contact with this number, and the conversations they described didn't match anything I'd actually participated in. Either they were confusing me with someone else, or something much stranger was happening. I decided to check my phone's message history more carefully, looking for any previous contact with that number that I might have forgotten. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of messages between my phone and theirs, dating back several weeks, showing conversations that I was certain I'd never had. The message threads showed me apparently agreeing to meet with this person, sharing personal information about my daily routine, and even discussing plans for activities that I would never have consented to participate in. But I had no memory of sending any of these messages or having any of these conversations. Either someone else had been using my phone, or the message history had been fabricated in some way that made it appear I'd been in regular contact with a complete stranger. When I tried to call the number to demand an explanation, it went straight to a voicemail system that didn't identify the account holder. The recorded message was generic and professional, giving no indication of who might be behind the mysterious communications. I started documenting everything: screenshots of the message history, records of when I'd supposedly sent messages that I didn't remember writing, even details about the conversations that had apparently taken place without my knowledge or participation. The pattern suggested that someone had been impersonating me through my own phone, conducting conversations and making arrangements as if they were me, while somehow preventing me from being aware of this activity. But the technical explanation for how this could happen was unclear. Unless someone had physical access to my phone, it should have been impossible for them to send messages from my number without my knowledge. I tried researching whether phones could be compromised in ways that would allow remote access to messaging functions, and found that sophisticated malware could potentially provide that level of control over someone's device. If my phone had been infected with surveillance software, someone could potentially monitor my activities, access my contacts and personal information, and even send messages that appeared to come from me while keeping me unaware of their activities. The realization that my phone might be completely compromised was terrifying. If someone had that level of access to my device, they could potentially monitor everything I did, every conversation, every location I visited, every piece of personal information I stored or accessed. But proving that my phone had been compromised would require technical expertise I didn't possess, and explaining the situation to university IT support or police would involve admitting that I'd been having mysterious conversations with unknown individuals about topics I couldn't remember discussing. Meanwhile, the messages from the mysterious contact continued arriving, with increasingly specific references to plans and arrangements that I supposedly knew about but had no actual knowledge of. They mentioned meeting locations around Birmingham, times when I was apparently expected to be available, and even payments for services that I'd supposedly agreed to provide. All presented as if these were normal ongoing arrangements that I should obviously remember and honor. When I tried to refuse to participate in whatever activities they thought I'd agreed to, they seemed genuinely confused and concerned about my apparent memory problems. They offered to provide documentation of our previous agreements and suggested that I might need medical attention if I was experiencing serious memory loss. The gaslighting aspect of the situation was almost as disturbing as the technical violation. Someone was systematically making me question my own memory and sanity while maintaining the pretense that our interaction was completely normal and consensual. But the most troubling development was when they started providing evidence of the arrangements I'd supposedly made. Photographs that appeared to show me in locations I didn't remember visiting. Documents that seemed to bear my signature on agreements I'd never seen before. Even financial records showing payments made from accounts in my name. Either I was experiencing serious memory problems that were affecting my ability to recall significant portions of my recent life, or someone had created comprehensive fake evidence of activities and agreements that had never actually occurred. The sophistication required to fabricate such detailed false documentation suggested this wasn't a simple prank or misunderstanding. Someone had invested significant resources into creating a false history of interactions and arrangements that could be used to manipulate me into participating in activities I would never have agreed to voluntarily. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar situations. Mysterious communications claiming previous contact and arrangements that the recipients had no memory of making. What I found were scattered reports of people who discovered they were apparently participating in activities they had no knowledge of, with comprehensive documentation proving their involvement in arrangements they couldn't remember agreeing to. Most victims initially assumed they were experiencing memory problems or psychological issues, but investigation eventually revealed that they'd been targeted by sophisticated manipulation operations that used technical compromise and false documentation to create fake histories of consent and agreement. The operations were designed to make targets question their own memory and judgment, while gradually drawing them into activities that became increasingly difficult to escape from or explain to others. But proving that the false documentation was fabricated required technical and legal expertise that most individuals couldn't access, especially when the fake evidence appeared professionally created and legally valid. Meanwhile, the people behind these operations could continue manipulating their targets while maintaining plausible deniability about coercion or fraud, since the victims appeared to have willingly participated in all documented activities. I realized that I was probably being targeted for recruitment into some form of illegal activity, with the mysterious contact and false communication history being used to establish a foundation of apparent consent that could be used to justify increasingly serious demands. But extricating myself from the situation would be complicated by the fake evidence suggesting I'd already agreed to participate in activities I knew nothing about. Simply denying involvement would make me appear unreliable or dishonest, especially if the false documentation was professionally convincing. The safest approach seemed to be compliance with whatever minor initial requests they made, while gathering evidence that might eventually prove the fraudulent nature of the supposed agreements and arrangements. But each small compliance would provide additional material for creating more comprehensive fake documentation of my voluntary participation, making it even harder to prove coercion if the demands escalated to obviously illegal activities. I was trapped between immediate compliance and long-term manipulation, with no clear way to escape from a situation that had been designed to become progressively more difficult to resist or expose. When my phone rang at exactly the time and date mentioned in that first mysterious text message, the caller ID showed my own number calling me. Looking back, a lot of things about that site didn't make sense, even before the video started. I was in my second year at Birmingham, sharing a cramped terrace house with 3 other students. The sort of place where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything through the paper-thin walls. My room was at the back, overlooking a car park and the bins, which suited me fine. Meant I could stay up late without bothering anyone. That's how I'd gotten into browsing the darker corners of the internet in the first place. Insomnia had always been a problem, and after exhausting Netflix and YouTube sometime around 3 in the morning, I'd started exploring places I probably shouldn't have. The university's VPN made me feel safer about it, like there was this barrier between me and whatever I was looking at. Naive, really, but I was 20 and thought I knew better than everyone else. Most of what you find on the dark web is disappointingly mundane. Lots of broken links, abandoned forums, the occasional marketplace selling things that probably weren't what they claimed to be. But there's something addictive about it. This sense that you're seeing the internet's basement, all the stuff that's been swept under the carpet. I'd spend hours just clicking through random addresses, following breadcrumbs that led nowhere. The site I found that night didn't have a name, just a string of random characters in the address bar. The layout was basic, almost primitive. Black background, white text, a handful of links arranged in a simple list. What caught my attention was how recently active it seemed. Most hidden sites feel abandoned, like digital ghost towns, but this one had timestamps showing activity from just hours earlier. The main page advertised something called premium viewing experiences with prices listed in pounds sterling, which struck me as odd. Most of these sites dealt in American dollars or avoided currency altogether. There were maybe a dozen links, each with cryptic titles like Private Collection Number 47 or Exclusive Content Limited Time. Nothing explicitly stated what the content actually was, but there was an air of exclusivity about it all, like you were being invited into something special. What really didn't make sense was the technical side of things. The site loaded fast. Too fast for something supposedly hidden away on encrypted servers. The video player embedded in the page looked professional, with proper buffering and quality controls. These weren't the sort of features you'd expect from some back alley corner of the internet. It felt more like a legitimate streaming service that had been painted black and moved underground. I clicked on one of the middle links, something called Live Session Number 23. A payment screen appeared, asking for about £40, but there was also a guest access option in small text at the bottom. I wasn't about to hand over my card details to a nameless website, so I clicked the guest option instead. The screen went black for a moment. Then a new page loaded with a simple countdown timer. Next session begins in 12 minutes, it read. Below that was a chat box, already filled with messages from other users. Most were just timestamps and numbers, coordinates maybe, or some sort of code. But scattered between them were comments that made my stomach turn. People discussing what they wanted to see, placing what looked like requests or bets. I should have closed the browser then, should have gone to bed, or watched something normal, or done literally anything else. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it impossible to look away. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd watch for a few minutes to see what all the fuss was about, then leave. The timer hit 0 and the screen changed again. This time it showed what looked like a normal living room. Beige carpet, a leather sofa, family photos on the mantelpiece. The quality was good, HD at least, and the camera seemed to be positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a wide view of the space. At first, nothing happened. Just an empty room with the soft sound of a television playing somewhere off camera. Then a woman walked in. She was maybe 40, wearing a dressing gown and slippers, carrying a mug of tea. Completely ordinary. She settled onto the sofa and picked up a remote channel surfing through what looked like normal British television. The whole scene was so mundane it was almost disappointing. The chat box beside the video was going mental though, messages flooding in faster than I could read them, users excitedly discussing what was happening. Some seemed to know the woman's name, her address, details about her life. Others were making suggestions about what should happen next, and these suggestions were getting increasingly disturbing. That's when I noticed the woman kept glancing towards the camera. Not directly at it, but in that general direction, like she could sense something was wrong. She muted the television and sat very still for a moment, head tilted slightly as if listening for something. The chat messages were coming even faster now, and I caught fragments that made my skin crawl. People talking about timing, about opportunities, about how long they'd been planning this. The woman stood up suddenly and walked towards what I assumed was the kitchen. The camera angle changed. There was more than one feed. This new view showed a hallway with stairs leading up to the first floor. I could hear her moving around, opening cupboards, the clink of dishes being washed. Normal evening sounds that now felt ominous given the context. One of the chat messages caught my attention. Back door's been open for 10 minutes now. Another replied, give it 5 more, then we go. I felt sick. This wasn't just voyeurism. It was something much worse. These people weren't just watching this woman. they were coordinating something. Their room wasn't about what I'd expected at all. It wasn't some torture chamber or theatrical horror show. It was about real people in real danger, and I was watching it happen in real time. The woman came back into the living room, but she wasn't carrying her mug anymore. Instead, she had her mobile phone, and she was dialing a number. The chat exploded with panic and excitement. Messages about abort codes and backup plans, complaints about the timing being wrong, arguments about who was responsible for the failure. But the woman wasn't calling the police. She was calling someone else, and when they answered, she said something that made my blood freeze. "I know you're watching. I can see the visitor count on my stream." The camera feeds went black simultaneously. The chat box disappeared. Within seconds, I was staring at an error page claiming the site had never existed. I tried refreshing, typing in the address again, even checking my browser history, but there was no trace of what I'd just seen. I sat there in the dark of my room, listening to my housemate snoring through the walls, trying to process what had happened. Had I just watched someone's home being monitored by strangers? Had I witnessed the planning stages of a break-in or worse? Or had the whole thing been an elaborate fake, designed to mess with people like me who went looking for forbidden content? The worst part was the woman's final words. She'd known about the visitor count. That meant she was aware of being watched, maybe even complicit in it. But that raised even more disturbing questions about what kind of person would willingly participate in something like that, and what sort of people were paying to watch. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound in the house made me jump. Footsteps on the stairs, the boiler clicking on, the wind rattling the windows. I kept thinking about that woman, wondering if she was safe, wondering if what I'd seen was real or just an elaborate performance designed to traumatize gullible students like me. The next morning, I tried researching red rooms properly, using the normal internet. Most sources claimed that they were an urban legend, that no one had ever found genuine evidence of live-streamed violence or murder. But then I'd read forum posts from people claiming to have seen exactly what I'd witnessed, normal people in normal homes being watched by crowds of strangers with sinister intentions. What bothered me most was how professional the whole thing had seemed. This wasn't some amateur operation run by basement-dwelling psychopaths. The website, the video quality, the payment systems, it all suggested something much more organized and well-funded, the kind of thing that would require serious technical expertise and significant resources to maintain. I started paying more attention to true crime stories after that, looking for patterns that might connect to what I'd seen. Home invasions, where the victims reported feeling watched beforehand. Burglaries, where nothing was stolen but personal items had been moved or examined. Missing person cases where the last known activity was routine, domestic, ordinary. Sometimes I'd catch details that seemed familiar. A layout similar to that living room. A victim who matched the description of the woman I'd seen. But there was never enough to make a definitive connection, and I was hardly going to call the police to report something I'd witnessed while illegally browsing hidden websites. The university VPN felt less like protection after that, more like a thin curtain that could be pulled aside at any moment. I stopped exploring the dark web entirely, sticking to normal websites and trying to forget what I'd seen. But late at night, when the house was quiet and I was alone with my thoughts, I'd find myself wondering about that woman. Had she escaped whatever was being planned for her? Had she been part of it all along? Or had I witnessed something much worse? The moments before someone became a victim, broadcast live to paying customers who treated human suffering as entertainment. The worst part is that I'll never know. The site vanished without a trace, leaving me with nothing but questions, and the horrible certainty that somewhere out there people are watching other people's lives unfold in real time, waiting for the perfect moment to step from observer to participant. Sometimes I catch myself checking the locks on my doors more carefully than I used to, or glancing towards the corners of rooms where a hidden camera might be positioned. I tell myself it's paranoia, that what I saw was probably fake, designed to mess with people exactly like me. But late at night, when I'm alone in my room and the house is quiet, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone might be watching me too, waiting for their moment, counting down their own timer until it's time to act. And the thing that scares me most, the thought that if it happened to me, there might be other curious students out there, browsing sites they shouldn't be browsing, watching it all unfold in real time, telling themselves it's probably just fake. I'm not sure if I should have called the police straight away, but hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? What happened was this. I came home to my flat to find a package that definitely wasn't mine sitting outside my door. Nothing unusual there. Happens all the time in student accommodation, where delivery drivers get confused about flat numbers and names. The label showed my address, but a completely different name. Someone called David Chen, who I'd never heard of. The package was from a medical supply company, which struck me as odd, given that most students aren't ordering specialized medical equipment. But I figured maybe this David person had a condition that required particular supplies, and I'd just drop it round to wherever he actually lived once I worked out the correct address. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of just leaving it for the delivery company to sort out, I decided to have a quick look online to see if I could find contact details for the intended recipient. It might save everyone some hassle if I could arrange for him to collect the item directly. Searching for David Chen in Glasgow turned up nothing useful. Too common a name. But when I looked more closely at the return address on the package, I noticed it wasn't from any medical supply company I could find online. The address led to what appeared to be a generic business park with multiple tenants, none of whom seemed to be in the medical supply business. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started digging deeper into where this package might actually have come from. The more I searched, the more I found myself following links to increasingly obscure websites that seemed to exist in corners of the internet I'd never encountered before. Eventually, I ended up on sites that required specific access methods and weren't indexed by normal search engines. Places where medical supplies were being sold without the usual regulatory oversight and customer verification that legitimate companies would require. The supplies being offered weren't your typical pharmacy items. These were specialized medical devices, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that would normally require prescriptions or professional medical supervision to obtain legally. Most concerning was that many items were being marketed for uses that had nothing to do with legitimate medical treatment. Substances described as useful for behavioral modification or compliance enhancement, devices that could be used for restraint or monitoring, even chemicals that seemed designed for incapacitating rather than treating people. I realized I might be holding a package containing materials that were intended for harming rather than helping someone. The medical supply company was a front for distributing items that could be used for assault, kidnapping, or worse. But that raised the question of who David Chen actually was, and why someone was having these materials delivered to an address near mine. Either he lived in the area and was involved in activities that required access to dangerous medical supplies, or someone was using a false name and approximate address to receive materials they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The package was heavier than I'd initially noticed, and when I shook it gently, I could hear what sounded like multiple small containers or vials moving around inside. This product is definitely not what you'd expect from normal medical supplies. I tried to research David Chen more systematically, looking through university records, local business directories, and social media to see if I could find anyone by that name who might legitimately be expecting medical deliveries. What I found instead were references to the same name being used in connection with various questionable online activities, forum posts about acquiring controlled substances, marketplace reviews for sellers of restricted items, even what appeared to be requests for services that couldn't be discussed on normal platforms. The name seemed to be a commonly used alias for people who needed to maintain anonymity while purchasing items or services that weren't available through legitimate channels. I was probably holding a package intended for someone involved in serious criminal activities, delivered to an address close enough to mine that they could collect it without being traced to their actual location. But I had no way of knowing whether the intended recipient was planning to use these materials against specific victims, or whether failing to deliver the package might prompt them to investigate what had happened to their order. If David Chen was expecting delivery of materials he planned to use for harming someone, discovering that his package had been intercepted might make him desperate enough to take risks to recover it. That could put me in danger if he decided I was a threat to his activities. On the other hand, if I delivered the package as intended, I'd be facilitating whatever crime he was planning to commit against innocent victims who had no idea they were being targeted. I decided the safest option was to dispose of the package without opening it or trying to return it to its intended recipient. If David Chen was involved in legitimate medical treatment, he could reorder his supplies through proper channels. If he was planning to harm someone, denying him access to these materials might prevent serious crimes. But getting rid of medical supplies safely required more thought than just throwing them in the bin. If the package contained controlled substances or hazardous materials, improper disposal could create environmental problems or give other people access to dangerous items. I tried to research proper disposal methods for unknown medical materials, but most guidance assumed you knew what substances you were dealing with and had obtained them legally in the first place. Eventually, I decided to take the package to the university health center and explain that I'd received someone else's medical delivery by mistake. They might be able to dispose of it safely or contact appropriate authorities if the contents appeared suspicious. But when I arrived at the health center, the staff seemed unusually interested in the package details and asked more questions than I'd expected about how I'd received it and what I knew about the intended recipient. Their reaction suggested they were familiar with packages containing questionable medical supplies and might have dealt with similar situations before. The health center staff seemed to have protocols for handling suspicious medical deliveries that weren't part of their normal patient care procedures. After providing detailed information about the package and signing several forms, I left thinking the situation was resolved. The health center would handle disposal appropriately, and I could forget about David Chen and whatever he'd been planning to do with his medical supplies. But that evening, I received a phone call from someone claiming to represent the medical supply company, asking about a delivery that had apparently gone missing from my address. They seemed to know specific details about the package and were very concerned about recovering their materials quickly. When I explained that I'd turned the package over to university authorities because it had been delivered to the wrong address, the caller became agitated and insisted that the materials were urgently needed for a legitimate medical emergency. They offered to arrange immediate collection from the health center and seemed willing to pay substantial compensation for any inconvenience I'd experienced due to the delivery error. The level of concern and urgency seemed excessive for a simple delivery mistake, especially from a company that was supposedly just sending routine medical supplies to a regular customer. I started to suspect that David Chen and the medical supply company were working together to recover materials that were much more valuable or dangerous than normal medical equipment. When I checked with the University Health Center the next day, they told me the package had already been collected by someone claiming to represent both the medical supply company and the intended recipient. The collection had happened within hours of my dropping it off, suggesting that David Chen and his associates had been monitoring the situation and were prepared to act quickly to recover their materials once they discovered where the package had ended up. But most disturbing was that the person who'd collected the package had provided detailed information about me, my name, course details, and home address, as proof that they were authorized to recover materials that had been mistakenly delivered to my location. They'd been watching me carefully enough to gather personal information that could be used to convince university staff that they had legitimate reasons for collecting the package I'd turned in. That meant David Chen and his associates now knew exactly who I was and where I lived, and they understood that I'd been curious enough about their activities to investigate the package rather than simply ignoring the delivery error. I'd gone from being an innocent bystander who'd received someone else's mail to being a person of interest for people who were involved in illegal medical supply distribution and potentially much more serious criminal activities. The package I'd tried to dispose of responsibly had instead led me into direct contact with people who now had reason to consider me either potential threat to their operations or a possible recruit for activities that required access to the specialized medical supplies they'd been trying to obtain. When I got home that night, there was another package waiting outside my door, this time addressed to me personally and containing a handwritten note thanking me for my assistance with the previous delivery and inviting me to participate in what was described as a lucrative opportunity for students who were interested in discreet medical supply logistics. Someone had posted my photograph on a missing person website, complete with fabricated details about when I'd supposedly disappeared and who was looking for me. I only found it because my flatmate Sarah was procrastinating on coursework and randomly searching our names online for entertainment. She'd started with herself, then moved through everyone she knew, including me. Most results were the usual social media profiles and university sports team listings, but then she found something that made her call me over to her laptop immediately. The missing person entry showed a recent photograph of me, not one from social media, but a candid shot that appeared to have been taken without my knowledge while I was walking around Canterbury. The description claimed I'd been missing for 6 days, had last been seen near the university campus, and that my family were desperately worried about my safety. The contact information listed a phone number I'd never seen before and an email address that didn't belong to anyone I knew. Most disturbing was how accurate some details were. My age, general appearance description, even the clothes I'd been wearing in the photograph. But other information was completely fabricated, including claims about my mental health and suggestions that I might be in danger. The website itself looked legitimate, with proper layout and other genuine missing person cases listed alongside what was obviously a fake entry about me. It wasn't immediately obvious how someone could have added false information to what appeared to be an official platform for reporting disappeared individuals. Sarah helped me take screenshots of everything before I tried to contact the website administrators to report the fraudulent listing. The contact process required submitting detailed forms with identification documents and explanations of why the entry should be removed, bureaucratic procedures that would take time even for someone trying to correct obvious misinformation about themselves. While we were documenting the fake missing person report, Sarah discovered that the same photograph of me had been used on other platforms as well. Dating websites where someone had created profiles using my picture, classified advertisements for services I'd never offered, even academic research participant databases where my details had been listed as someone willing to take part in psychological studies. The pattern suggested systematic identity theft rather than a simple prank or mistake. Someone had been using my photograph and personal information to create false identities across multiple platforms for purposes that weren't immediately clear but were clearly unauthorized. When I tried to reverse search the photograph to understand where it had originally come from, I found references to hidden websites that required specific access methods to view. Following these links led me to platforms that specialized in trading personal information and photographs of people who had no idea their details were being distributed. The marketplaces contained thousands of profiles with photographs and personal details of ordinary people, students, young professionals, anyone whose social media presence or public activities had made them visible enough to be documented and catalogued by people who collected such information. Most disturbing was that many profiles included detailed behavioral information alongside the photographs, daily routines, social connections, even psychological assessments based on observed activities and online presence. The kind of comprehensive intelligence that would be valuable for stalking, harassment, or more serious criminal targeting. I realized that my photograph and information weren't just being used for fake dating profiles or fraudulent missing person reports. They were part of a larger database that criminals use to create false identities, plan targeted attacks, or recruit people for various illegal activities. The fake missing person listing might have been designed to establish credibility for someone impersonating me, or to create confusion if I ever did actually go missing. Having an existing missing person report would make it easier for criminals to explain my absence or redirect attention away from their activities. But understanding what was happening didn't provide any immediate way to protect myself or remove my information from these criminal databases. The platforms operated through hidden websites that were difficult to access and impossible to regulate through normal complaint procedures. Meanwhile, people using my stolen identity could be committing fraud, harassment, or other crimes that might eventually be traced back to me, even though I hadn't consented to any of these activities. Explaining that my identity had been stolen would be complicated if law enforcement discovered evidence of criminal activities connected to my personal details. The investigation into my stolen identity also revealed how easily personal information could be gathered about anyone who maintained normal social media presence or participated in university activities. Photographs from public events, details from course listings, even behavioral patterns observable through routine activities provided enough material for comprehensive identity theft. People who thought they were maintaining reasonable privacy were actually providing criminals with everything needed to impersonate them or use their identities for illegal purposes. The information was collected systematically and organized into databases that could be searched and purchased by anyone willing to pay for access to detailed personal profiles. But the most disturbing discovery was that the fake missing person report was just one element of a much more comprehensive impersonation operation. Someone had been using my identity to establish relationships, apply for services, and participate in activities that I knew nothing about. Bank account applications had been submitted using my details. Employment records had been created showing jobs I'd never held. Even medical records existed claiming treatments and diagnoses that had never occurred. My stolen identity had developed an entire parallel existence that could be used to support various criminal activities. The scope of the identity theft suggested that this wasn't opportunistic fraud, but systematic preparation for long-term criminal operations that required established false identities with comprehensive supporting documentation. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar comprehensive identity theft and found that it was increasingly common for criminals to develop detailed false identities over months or years before using them for major fraud or other serious crimes. The fake missing person report, dating profiles, and service advertisements were all ways of establishing online presence and credibility for stolen identities that would eventually be used for activities requiring trusted personas and believable background histories. Students and young people were particularly attractive targets because they typically had clean criminal records, limited credit histories, and social media presence that provided extensive material for creating convincing impersonations. But most victims never realized their identities had been stolen until serious crimes had been committed using their personal details, making it difficult to prove innocence or recover from the damage caused by activities they'd never participated in. I started monitoring online platforms for additional uses of my stolen identity, documenting everything I found to build evidence that might be useful if criminal activities were eventually traced back to my personal details. The process revealed an entire criminal economy built around stolen identities, with specialized platforms for trading photographs, personal information, and supporting documentation that could be used to create comprehensive false personas. People whose identities had been stolen were unknowingly providing criminals with everything needed to commit fraud, establish relationships with victims, or participate in illegal activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their true identities. The casual way these platforms operated suggested that identity theft was so common and profitable that it had become a routine business model for criminals who understood how to exploit personal information that people shared through normal social and academic activities. But reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been browsing illegal websites and potentially accessing criminal platforms, making me appear potentially complicit in activities I was actually trying to investigate and prevent. The stolen identity operation was probably continuing to expand, with my personal details being used for increasingly serious criminal activities, while I remain helpless to prevent the misuse of information that had been gathered without my knowledge or consent. When the police knocked on my door on Tuesday morning, I already knew it couldn't be good news. They were investigating fraud cases where someone using my identity had been targeting elderly victims across England, using the comprehensive background documentation that had been developed through systematic identity theft to establish trust with vulnerable people who had no reason to suspect they were being deceived. I should probably mention up front that I've always been terrible at keeping secrets, so writing this down feels like a massive mistake, but I need to get it out of my head somehow. The whole thing started when my mum called me at university in Newcastle, worried because she hadn't heard from my gran in over a week. Gran lived alone in a little terraced house in Sunderland and usually phoned every few days, but she'd gone completely silent. Mum was stuck at work and couldn't drive up to check on her until the weekend, so she asked if I could pop round after lectures. It seemed like a simple enough favour. Just knock on the door, make sure Gran was all right, maybe stay for a cup of tea and listen to her complain about the neighbours. The sort of family obligation that takes an hour out of your day and makes everyone feel better. But when I got to Grand Street that Thursday afternoon, her house was completely dark and there was a pile of uncollected posts behind the front door. I rang the bell and knocked repeatedly, but got no response. The curtains were drawn tight, and I couldn't see any signs of life inside. I was starting to worry that something serious had happened when I noticed a man watching me from across the street. He was standing by a white van, pretending to check his phone, but clearly keeping an eye on what I was doing at Grant's house. When I looked directly at him, he walked over and introduced himself as someone from the council's Adult Social Services Department. He explained that they'd received reports about an elderly resident who might need assistance, and he was there to conduct a welfare check. The timing seemed like more than coincidence. I just arrived to check on my gran, and a social worker happened to be doing the same thing at exactly the same moment. But his identification looked legitimate, and he seemed genuinely concerned about Gran's well-being. He suggested we try to gain entry together to make sure she was safe. He had protocols for accessing properties when there were genuine welfare concerns, and my presence as a family member would help ensure everything was done properly. That should have been when I insisted on calling my mum first, or asked to see more formal identification, or just walked away entirely. But I was genuinely worried about Gran, and this seemed like the fastest way to find out if she was all right. The social worker had tools for gaining entry without causing damage, and within a few minutes, we were inside Gran's house. It was immediately obvious that she hadn't been home for several days. Stale air, unopened mail, food going off in the kitchen, but the house didn't show signs of any emergency or struggle. Gran's belongings were all in their normal places. Her medication was still in the bathroom cabinet, and there were no obvious indications of what might have happened to her. The social worker seemed particularly interested in Gran's personal documents and financial paperwork. He spent considerable time looking through drawers and filing cabinets, claiming he needed to check for information about her care arrangements or emergency contacts. He also took detailed photographs of different rooms, explaining that documentation was required for welfare check reports and that the images would help other professionals assess Gran's living situation and support needs. Something about his behavior was starting to make me uncomfortable, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what seemed wrong. He was thorough and professional, asking appropriate questions about Gran's routine and health concerns. But he was also gathering much more information than seemed necessary for a basic welfare check. Personal financial documents, details about her daily schedule, even observations about security arrangements and valuable items in the house. When I suggested that we should contact police about Gran's apparent disappearance, the social worker discouraged immediate reporting. He explained that elderly people often made unexpected changes to their routines, and that filing missing person reports prematurely could cause unnecessary alarm and waste police resources. He suggested waiting another day or two to see if Gran returned home naturally, while he conducted follow-up inquiries through official channels that might locate her more efficiently than police investigations. That advice seemed reasonable at the time, but looking back, it was probably designed to delay any official involvement in Gran's disappearance while giving him time to complete whatever he was really doing in her house. I left that afternoon thinking I'd done everything possible to check on Gran's safety and that proper authorities were handling the situation through appropriate channels. But over the next few days, I started having doubts about the encounter. When I tried to contact the Social Services Department to follow up on their welfare check, I couldn't find any record of the officer I'd met or any scheduled visits to Gran's address. The phone number on the identification he'd shown me led to a generic voicemail system, that didn't identify any specific department or organization. When I tried to report my concerns to the main council office, they had no knowledge of any welfare checks being conducted in Gran's area. I realized that the man I'd helped gain entry to Gran's house probably wasn't a legitimate social worker at all. I'd assisted a stranger in conducting what was essentially a burglary, providing family authorization for someone to access property and information they had no right to examine. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what had actually happened to Gran, or why someone had wanted access to her house and personal documents. When I finally convinced my mum to report Gran as missing, the police investigation revealed that she'd been admitted to hospital several days earlier after collapsing while out shopping. When she was found, she had been unconscious and had no identification with her, which prevented the hospital from contacting her family members immediately. Gran was recovering well, but the timing meant that her house had been empty and vulnerable during exactly the period when the fake social worker had gained access with my unwitting assistance. Someone had been monitoring Gran's situation carefully enough to know when she'd be absent from her home, and had used that opportunity to conduct systematic search of her property while maintaining the pretense of official welfare concern. The detailed photographs and personal information gathering suggested they'd been looking for specific items or intelligence rather than just conducting a random burglary. They'd wanted access to Gran's financial records, personal documents, and security arrangements for reasons that went beyond simple theft. When I tried to research whether other elderly people in the area had experienced similar fake welfare checks, I found scattered reports of supposed social workers and health visitors who had gained access to properties under false pretenses. Most victims had been elderly people living alone who were dealing with health problems or family concerns that made them vulnerable to official-sounding offers of assistance and support. The fake officials were systematic and professional, using legitimate-looking identification and appropriate terminology to convince both elderly residents and family members that their visits were authorized and necessary. But the real purpose seemed to be gathering intelligence about elderly people's circumstances, financial situations, and security arrangements that could be used for subsequent criminal targeting. The operation was sophisticated enough to coordinate monitoring of individual elderly people, timing of fake welfare visits, and recruitment of unwitting accomplices like family members who could provide legitimate-seeming authorization for property access. I'd been used as cover for what was essentially organized reconnaissance against my own grandmother, providing the family presence needed to make the fake welfare check appear legitimate and authorized. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that this was probably happening to elderly people across the region, with fake officials systematically gathering intelligence about vulnerable individuals who could be targeted for various forms of exploitation. The criminals were using people's genuine concern for elderly relatives to facilitate their own access to properties and personal information, turning family care instincts into tools for criminal targeting. Meanwhile, the intelligence they'd gathered from Gran's house was probably being used to plan future crimes against her, or being sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting elderly victims with specific vulnerabilities. I'd inadvertently provided criminals with everything they needed to systematically exploit my grandmother while thinking I was helping ensure her safety and well-being. The fake welfare check had been so convincing that I'd never questioned whether the man's authority was legitimate, and by the time I realized I'd been deceived, the damage was already done. Gran recovered fully from her hospital stay, but I never told her or my mum about the fake social worker I'd helped gain access to her house. The knowledge that I'd facilitated what was essentially preparation for crimes against my own grandmother was too disturbing to share with family members who trusted me to protect rather than endanger her. But I remain concerned about what use might eventually be made of the intelligence that had been gathered about grand circumstances, and whether the fake welfare check operation was continuing to target other elderly people whose families could be manipulated into providing unwitting assistance for criminal reconnaissance. The guilt about my role in facilitating the fake welfare check was compounded by the realization that I probably wouldn't recognize similar deception if it happened again, and that my willingness to trust official seeming authority could be exploited to harm people I cared about. When Gran mentioned a few weeks later that she'd been receiving unusually persistent calls from companies offering home security services, financial advice, and healthcare products, I knew the intelligence gathered during the fake welfare check was already being used to target her for various forms of exploitation. I've never been comfortable on camera, which is probably why it took me so long to realize that something was seriously wrong with the interview I thought I was having. The job opportunity came through the University Careers Service at Bristol, a remote internship with a marketing company that specialized in digital content creation. This arrangement is perfect for someone studying media studies who needed work experience but couldn't afford to take unpaid placements in expensive cities like London. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my CV and portfolio through their website, received an automated acknowledgement, and was contacted within a few days to arrange a video interview. Nothing unusual there. Most companies were conducting remote interviews even before the pandemic made them standard practice. The interview was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon, and I'd prepared thoroughly. I'd researched the company, practiced answers to common interview questions, and set up my laptop in my bedroom with decent lighting and a professional-looking background. When the interview time arrived, I received a link to join a video call on a platform I hadn't used before. It wasn't Zoom or Teams, but an alternative that had a similar appearance and sufficient functionality. The interviewer introduced herself as Emma from the Human Resources Department and seemed professional and knowledgeable about the role. The questions were exactly what I'd expected for a marketing internship: experience with social media, understanding of content creation, availability for the proposed work schedule. Emma seemed impressed with my answers and explained that the company was expanding rapidly and needed creative people who could work independently on digital projects. But as the interview progressed, I started noticing small details that seemed odd. Emma's video quality was unusually poor for a professional interview, with lighting and camera angles that made it difficult to see her clearly. She also seemed to be reading questions from a script rather than conducting a natural conversation. More concerning was that she began asking increasingly personal questions that didn't seem relevant to a marketing internship. I have provided details about my living situation, daily schedule, and social relationships that are not suitable for a formal job interview. When I mentioned these concerns, Emma explained that the company's remote work culture required thorough understanding of candidates' circumstances to ensure they could handle the independence and flexibility that the role required. She also mentioned that the interview was being recorded for review by other team members who couldn't attend the live session, which explained why she needed comprehensive answers to all questions rather than just basic responses. The recording explanation seemed reasonable, but I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of personal information I was sharing with someone whose identity I couldn't properly verify due to the poor video quality. Emma concluded the interview by explaining that the selection process included additional assessments and background checks that would take several days to complete. She said I'd be contacted soon with next steps if I was selected to continue in the process. After the interview ended, I tried to research the marketing company more thoroughly and found that while they had a professional-looking website and seemed to be a legitimate business, there was minimal information about their actual operations or staff members. I also couldn't find any record of Emma working for the company, despite her claims about being part of their human resources team. The company's staff listings and contact information didn't include anyone matching her name or role description. When I tried to verify the video calling platform they'd used for the interview, I discovered it wasn't a standard business communication tool, but rather a specialized service that provided enhanced privacy and anonymity features. The platform was designed for people who needed to conduct video communications without revealing their actual identities or locations, with technical features that made it nearly impossible to verify who you were actually speaking with during calls. I realized that I'd probably been interviewed by someone who wasn't affiliated with the marketing company at all, but was using their name and a fake identity to gather personal information from job applicants who had no reason to question the legitimacy of the interview process. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what the fake interviewer's actual purpose might have been, or how the personal information I'd shared could be used against me. Over the next few days, I started receiving follow-up communications, supposedly from the marketing company, but the messages contained requests for additional information that seemed excessive, even for thorough background checking procedures. They wanted copies of identification documents, detailed financial information, and even access to my social media accounts for what they claimed was standard vetting of candidates who would be representing their brand through content creation work. The requests were presented professionally and included explanations about industry standards and regulatory requirements that made them seem legitimate to someone who wasn't familiar with normal hiring procedures. But when I tried to verify these requirements with the University Career Service, they confirmed that legitimate employers wouldn't request such comprehensive personal information during initial stages of the application process. I was being systematically assessed and profiled by people who were using fake job opportunities to gather detailed intelligence about students who were seeking employment and might be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation. The interview process was designed to extract maximum personal information while providing minimal verifiable details about the supposed employer or the actual purposes for which the collected data would be used. When I tried to research whether other students had experienced similar fake interviews, I found scattered reports of job opportunities that seemed legitimate initially, but evolved into requests for inappropriate personal information or involvement in questionable activities. Most students had assumed these were just poorly managed legitimate companies, rather than systematic deception designed to identify and assess potential targets for criminal recruitment or exploitation. The fake marketing company was probably part of a larger operation that used employment opportunities to build comprehensive profiles of students who could be manipulated into participating in various illegal activities. People seeking legitimate work experience were being systematically evaluated for their vulnerability to coercion, their access to valuable information or resources, and their suitability for different types of criminal involvement. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that the fake interview had probably been conducted by people who specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through carefully constructed deception and manipulation. The professional presentation and use of legitimate business terminology had made it nearly impossible to recognize the interview as criminal recruitment rather than genuine employment opportunity. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing to target students across multiple universities using similar fake job opportunities to gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining the appearance of legitimate business recruitment. The career services that were supposed to protect students from employment fraud were probably unwittingly facilitating criminal targeting by promoting opportunities that seemed genuine but were actually systematic assessment tools for people planning exploitation and recruitment. I never responded to the follow-up requests for additional information, but I remain concerned about how the personal details I'd already shared might be used and whether the fake interview had made me a target for ongoing criminal attention. The video call, which I had believed would lead to legitimate employment, instead gave criminals detailed information about my circumstances, vulnerabilities, and potential value for various types of illegal activities. But reporting the fake interview would require explaining how I discovered the deception, and the evidence was entirely digital communication that could easily be deleted or denied by people who specialized in maintaining anonymity and avoiding accountability. The marketing company website remained active for several more weeks before disappearing entirely. Likely after the criminals who operated it had finished their recruitment cycle and shifted their focus to targeting new groups of students with various fake opportunities. When I eventually found legitimate internship opportunities through more established channels, I was constantly suspicious of every aspect of the application and interview processes, knowing that criminal operations could easily mimic professional business practices to an extent that made detection nearly impossible for people who lacked specific experience with employment fraud. The fake interview had permanently changed my relationship with job searching and professional networking, making me aware that any opportunity could potentially be a sophisticated attempt to gather personal information for criminal purposes, while maintaining complete legitimacy until the deception was too advanced to escape safely. The weight loss supplement I'd been testing for a product review company turned out to contain something that definitely wasn't meant for dieting. It seemed like easy money when I first saw the advert on a freelance job site. Testmart Solutions needed people to try various health and wellness products, then write honest reviews about their experiences. Each review pays £30, with flexible deadlines and the option to work from home. Perfect for someone juggling university coursework with mounting student debt. My first assignment was straightforward enough. A vitamin supplement that claimed to boost energy levels. I took it for 2 weeks, documented any effects I noticed, and submitted a detailed review covering everything from packaging to results. The process was professional and the payment arrived promptly. The second assignment was where things started getting odd. I noticed another supplement, this time marketed for weight loss, but its packaging looked different from anything I had seen in regular stores. No brand name I recognized, minimal labeling, and ingredients listed in ways that seemed deliberately vague. The company explained that they specialized in testing products before they reached mainstream markets, which was why the packaging looked unfamiliar. Early-stage supplements often had basic labeling, while manufacturers finalized their branding and regulatory approvals. I started taking the weight loss pills as instructed, documenting everything from appetite changes to energy levels. The effects were immediate and dramatic, much more significant than you'd expect from any legitimate dietary supplement. Within days, I was experiencing symptoms that seemed excessive for something meant to support healthy weight management. Severe appetite suppression, irregular heartbeat, difficulty sleeping, and mood changes that felt chemically induced rather than natural responses to dietary changes. These side effects are more commonly associated with prescription medications than with over-the-counter wellness products. When I reported these concerning symptoms to Testmart Solutions, They assured me that strong effects were normal for concentrated supplements and that documenting adverse reactions was actually valuable data for their client companies. They encouraged me to continue the testing period and record detailed information about all symptoms I experienced. But the symptoms were becoming serious enough to affect my daily functioning. I was losing weight rapidly, struggling to concentrate during lectures, and experiencing physical reactions that suggested the supplement contained much more than basic dietary ingredients. I decided to research the specific compounds listed on the packaging, hoping to understand what was causing such extreme effects. Most ingredients were listed using chemical names rather than common terms, making it difficult to identify what I was actually consuming. When I finally managed to trace some of the chemical references, I found that several weren't approved dietary supplements at all. Some appeared to be pharmaceutical compounds that required prescriptions, while others seemed to be industrial chemicals with no legitimate use in nutrition products. I realized I wasn't testing dietary supplements for consumer reviews. I was unknowingly participating in illegal drug trials, consuming experimental compounds that hadn't been approved for human consumption. The dramatic weight loss effects weren't from legitimate dietary ingredients, but from potentially dangerous chemicals that were being tested on unsuspecting volunteers who thought they were trying normal wellness products. When I tried to stop taking the supplements and withdraw from the testing program, TestMart Solutions expressed concern about incomplete data collection and offered premium payments for continuing the full testing protocol. They emphasized that partial testing periods weren't useful for their research purposes and that discontinuing treatments abruptly could be medically risky after the physiological changes I'd already experienced. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been voluntary product testing. It seemed more like concern about losing test subjects from medical experiments that required systematic data collection to be scientifically valid. I attempted to research TestMart Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration, there was minimal information about their actual operations or the companies they claimed to represent. Most legitimate product testing services had clear connections to recognized manufacturers and transparent processes for ensuring participants' safety. TestMart operated with much less oversight than would be expected for a company handling potentially harmful substances. More troubling was evidence that some of the compounds I'd been consuming had been connected to serious health problems in other contexts. Industrial chemicals that had caused organ damage, pharmaceutical ingredients that had been banned due to dangerous side effects, even substances that were known to be addictive or psychologically harmful. The product testing wasn't evaluating consumer wellness supplements. It was systematic human experimentation using compounds that couldn't be tested through legitimate medical research due to safety concerns and regulatory restrictions. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been consuming unknown chemicals for several weeks and experiencing physiological changes that might have long-term health consequences regardless of whether I continued participating in the testing program. The detailed health information I'd provided during the application process would also make it difficult to prove that any subsequent medical problems were caused by the experimental compounds rather than pre-existing conditions or lifestyle factors. Meanwhile, the illegal drug testing operation was probably continuing with other participants who were unaware they were consuming dangerous experimental substances while thinking they were earning money through legitimate product reviews. People seeking flexible part-time work were being systematically recruited to serve as test subjects for pharmaceutical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The supplement testing I thought would provide easy income while contributing to consumer product development had instead made me an unwitting participant in medical experiments that could cause permanent damage to my health. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target vulnerable populations who needed money and might be less likely to question unusual side effects or seek medical attention for problems caused by experimental compounds. Students, unemployed people, and others dealing with financial pressures were being systematically exploited to provide human test subjects for illegal pharmaceutical research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. I never completed another product testing assignment, but I remained concerned about the long-term health effects of the experimental compounds I'd consumed and the possibility that the illegal research operation would continue targeting other vulnerable people. The casual way Testmart Solutions had recruited participants and administered potentially dangerous substances suggested that illegal human experimentation was being conducted on a significant scale by people who understood how to exploit financial desperation while maintaining plausible deniability about their activities. When I eventually sought medical advice about the symptoms I'd experienced, my doctor was disturbed by the descriptions of the compounds I'd been given and recommended comprehensive testing to check for organ damage or other long-term effects that might not become apparent until months or years after exposure to the experimental chemicals. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management, with the sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Streamwatcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether Red Rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting Red Rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether Red Rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. Fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream, this one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies, except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room. filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse. But I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. People always say, don't look too hard. Like that actually stops anyone from diving deeper into things they shouldn't be investigating in the first place. I was in my first year at Cardiff studying journalism when I decided to tackle red rooms for my digital media assignment. The brief was to investigate an internet urban legend and either debunk it or find evidence it might be real. Most of my course mates were picking safe topics like whether those viral parkour videos were staged, or if social media influencers actually bought their followers. Red rooms seemed more substantial. For anyone who doesn't know, they're supposedly live streams on the dark web, where people pay to watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Some versions claim viewers can even control what happens through chat commands or donations. Most journalism about them was clearly written by people who'd never bothered to look beyond Wikipedia and Reddit threads. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing actual research and write something that demonstrated proper investigative technique, rather than just repeating second-hand information. The sort of piece that might actually get noticed beyond student publications. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about hidden services and illegal content distribution. Most scholarly work focused on drug marketplaces and financial fraud rather than violent material, but there were enough references to suggest that streaming illegal content was technically feasible if someone had the resources and motivation. From there, I moved into online communities where people discussed extreme content. Not the mainstream forums where people shared obviously fake videos, but smaller, more specialized groups where participants seemed to have genuine knowledge about hidden parts of the internet. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to documenting banned media. He went by Archivist X and seemed to have access to material that most people only heard rumors about. After exchanging messages for about 2 weeks, he mentioned that he'd encountered what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details initially, which actually made his claims seem more credible. Scammers and attention seekers usually overshare immediately, while people who've actually seen disturbing content tend to be more reluctant to discuss it casually. Over several conversations, Archivist X described accessing streams that showed real violence in what appeared to be purpose-built rooms. The production quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting organized operations rather than random individuals filming content on their phones. He offered to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I demonstrated serious academic interest rather than morbid curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove I wasn't a journalist fishing for quotes or law enforcement gathering evidence. The material he eventually shared was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What made me think it might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archivist X explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations, and operated on irregular schedules that weren't advertised publicly. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My assignment was about investigating urban legends, not witnessing potential crimes in progress. But proper journalism requires getting as close to primary sources as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence either way. The access process was complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with legitimate research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 300 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal chair positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the chair was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just sat with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour before anything significant occurred. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, steel-toed boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any manual labor job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing technical aspects of what they were watching. The viewer count had climbed to over 400. About 10 minutes into the preparations, the camera angle shifted slightly, and I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a calendar, one of those promotional ones that businesses give out to customers. The calendar was from a plumbing supply company in Cardiff. I recognized the company name because their shop was about 20 minutes from the university, in an industrial area where students sometimes went to buy cheap furniture from warehouse clearance sales. I'd been there myself a few months earlier looking for a desk lamp. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the room was being used regularly rather than set up specifically for this stream. Someone had been operating from this location for at least several months. I took screenshots of the calendar and cross-referenced the company details online. The business was legitimate, established about 15 years ago, with good customer reviews and no obvious connection to anything illegal. Just an ordinary local company whose promotional material had ended up in a room where people were broadcasting real violence. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Cardiff connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property records for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The calendar detail bothered me more than the violence itself. Seeing something genuinely local in that context made the whole thing feel immediate and real rather than distant and abstract. This wasn't happening in some foreign country or anonymous urban wasteland. It was happening in my city, possibly within walking distance of where I lived. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Student claims to have found evidence of murder streams based on spotting a local calendar in an online video that may or may not have been genuine. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time and potentially compromising any future investigation. Instead, I decided to research the plumbing company more thoroughly. Their website showed they supplied both residential and commercial customers, with a particular focus on industrial installations, the sort of business that would have contacts throughout Cardiff's commercial districts. Their customer testimonials included several warehouse and factory owners, which gave me a list of potential locations where someone might have obtained one of their promotional calendars. Most were legitimate businesses, but a few properties appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on recent planning applications and business listings. One address particularly caught my attention: a former automotive repair garage that had closed down 8 months earlier, located in an industrial estate about half an hour from the city centre. The property was owned by a company that seemed to exist only on paper, with no obvious business activities or employee records. I drove out there on a Saturday afternoon to see what the location looked like. The industrial estate was mostly active businesses, engineering firms, logistics companies, small manufacturing operations. But the former garage was clearly abandoned, with boards over the windows and weeds growing through cracks in the car park. From the road, it looked completely derelict, but when I walked around to the rear of the building, I noticed that one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar despite appearing secured from the front. There were also fresh tire marks in the car park, suggesting recent vehicle access despite the abandoned appearance. I should have left at that point and reported my suspicions to the authorities. Instead, I found a gap in the boarding over one of the rear windows and looked inside. The garage had been converted into what looked like a filming studio, professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked exactly like a television production facility, except for the restraint equipment and metal furniture positioned where you'd normally expect to see comfortable seating. The space was currently empty, but there were clear signs of recent use. Equipment was plugged in and powered up. Cameras were positioned and focused. Computer screens displayed what appeared to be streaming interfaces ready for activation. And pinned to the wall near the computer stations was the same plumbing company calendar I'd seen in the stream. I took photos through the window gap, trying to document as much as possible without actually entering the property. The evidence was clear enough that police would have to take the situation seriously, even if my story about finding the location through an online stream sounded bizarre. As I was taking the final photos, I heard a car pulling into the front car park. I moved away from the window and tried to leave through the rear of the property, but the industrial estate was surrounded by fencing that would take time to climb. Instead, I hid behind a skip and waited for whoever had arrived to go inside the building. 2 people got out of the car, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes like they were going to any normal job. They let themselves into the garage through the front entrance, suggesting they had legitimate access to the property. About 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of equipment being activated inside. Generators starting up, electronic devices powering on, the sort of preparation noise you might hear from any film production getting ready to begin work. Then I heard a 3rd car arriving. This one parked at the rear of the building, much closer to where I was hiding. The driver got out and opened the boot, then seemed to be helping someone else out of the car. I couldn't see clearly from my position, but the second person appeared to be having difficulty walking steadily. They entered the building through the rear loading bay, and a few minutes later I could see lights coming on inside the main garage space. The filming area was being prepared for use. I realized I was about to witness the creation of another Red Room stream, potentially with someone who had been brought to the location against their will. I should have called the police immediately, should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. But I knew that by the time officers arrived and obtained warrants to enter the property, whatever was going to happen would probably be over. Instead, I called the emergency services and reported a suspected kidnapping at the garage address, then stayed hidden to see what would happen. The response was faster than I'd expected. Police cars arrived within about 15 minutes, followed by what appeared to be specialist units and an ambulance. The industrial estate was suddenly full of emergency vehicles and personnel. I watched from my hiding place as officers surrounded the building and began coordinating what looked like a planned entry operation. This wasn't a routine response to a suspicious activity report. They were treating it as a serious incident with potential for violence. The entry itself was quick and professional. Officers went in through multiple access points simultaneously, and within a few minutes I could hear shouting from inside the building. Not panicked shouting, but the sort of coordinated commands you hear from police operations on television. About 20 minutes later, 3 people were led out in handcuffs and put into separate police vehicles. I couldn't see their faces clearly from my position, but one appeared to be injured and was receiving medical attention from paramedics. The scene was secured, and various specialists began documenting the interior of the garage. From the amount of equipment being carried in and out, it was clear they'd found something significant. I waited until most of the emergency services had left before making my way back to my car. The local news that evening reported that police had disrupted a serious criminal operation following an anonymous tip, but no details were provided about what exactly had been discovered. Over the next few days, I monitored news reports and court listings to see if any charges would be announced. 3 people appeared in magistrate's court on various charges related to false imprisonment and production of illegal content, but the details weren't made public. I never submitted my assignment about Red Rooms. The research had moved far beyond academic investigation into active involvement in a police operation, and I couldn't write about it without potentially compromising legal proceedings. Instead, I switched to a different topic and tried to pretend the whole experience had never happened. But I kept thinking about how close I'd come to witnessing something genuinely horrific, and how many other similar operations might be running in ordinary-looking buildings in cities across the country. The most disturbing part wasn't the violence itself, but how normal everything had appeared on the surface. An abandoned garage in an industrial estate, used by people who looked like they could be anyone's neighbors or colleagues, creating content for an audience of hundreds of people who treated real suffering as entertainment. I still drive past that industrial estate sometimes when I'm heading out of Cardiff. The garage has been properly secured now, with new boarding and security fencing, but I can't help wondering about the other vacant properties I pass and what might be happening behind their abandoned facades. Have you ever wondered what would happen if someone decided to destroy your life as a hobby? Because that's basically what happened to me last year, and I'm still not entirely sure why I was chosen, or how they managed to turn my entire existence into what felt like a carefully orchestrated nightmare. It started with small things that seemed like coincidences at the time. I was 26 and working as a freelance graphic designer in Brighton, living in a studio flat above a bakery and scraping by on logo designs for local businesses while trying to build something resembling a sustainable career. The first weird thing was getting a parking ticket for a car I didn't own, parked outside my building on a Tuesday morning when I was definitely inside working on a branding project for a yoga studio. I called the council to explain the mistake, but they insisted their record showed I was the registered owner of a blue Ford Focus that I'd never seen in my life. Then my Netflix account started showing viewing history for programs I'd never watched. Documentaries about serial killers, foreign films with subtitles, reality shows that I wouldn't normally choose. When I changed my password, the strange viewing activity stopped for about a week before starting up again with different content. My Amazon account began ordering items that I didn't need and couldn't return because they were being delivered to an address I'd supposedly provided but had never lived at. Random things like kitchen equipment, books about home improvement, even clothing in sizes that didn't fit me. Each incident individually seemed like a technical glitch or identity mix-up that could happen to anyone in the digital age. But collectively, they started feeling like someone was systematically interfering with my online accounts and official records. I spent hours on customer service calls trying to sort out these problems, explaining to increasingly skeptical representatives that I wasn't responsible for activities that were clearly connected to my personal information, but which I definitely hadn't initiated. The explanations got more difficult when the problems started affecting my work. Clients would email asking about changes to projects that I hadn't made, complaining about missed deadlines for work I'd never agreed to do, even requesting refunds for services that weren't in my normal pricing structure. My professional reputation started suffering as clients lost confidence in my reliability and communication skills, despite me having no idea why they thought I was failing to meet commitments I'd never made. Then I started receiving messages from people claiming I'd contacted them about various services, photography sessions, consulting work, even personal meetings that I definitely hadn't arranged. Strangers would show up at the bakery looking for me, confused when I explained I'd never spoken to them before. It became clear that someone was impersonating me online, conducting business and social activities using my identity, while I was completely unaware these interactions were happening. I tried researching identity theft protection and recovery methods, but most of the advice focused on financial fraud rather than systematic impersonation for purposes that didn't seem to involve stealing money or credit. Whoever was doing this seemed more interested in disrupting my life and damaging my relationships than gaining access to my bank accounts or personal financial information. The scope of the impersonation was more comprehensive than typical identity theft, suggesting someone with considerable time, technical skills, and motivation to cause problems that went beyond simple financial gain. I started documenting everything. Screenshots of accounts I hadn't accessed, records of services I hadn't requested, evidence of activities that were being attributed to me despite my having no involvement in them. The documentation process led me to discover that the impersonation was happening through online platforms and services that I'd never heard of, including communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Some of the fake activities attributed to me were taking place in areas of the internet that required special software and knowledge to access, suggesting that whoever was impersonating me had technical expertise that went far beyond casual computer use. I learned how to access these hidden parts of the internet myself, hoping to understand how someone was using my identity in spaces that most people never encounter. What I found was deeply disturbing. Multiple communities dedicated to what they called identity gaming, where participants systematically impersonated real people for entertainment purposes rather than financial gain. The communities treated identity theft as a form of interactive entertainment, with members competing to see who could cause the most disruption to their chosen targets while maintaining the impersonation for extended periods. My own identity was being used by someone who had created detailed profiles of my personal and professional life, sharing updates about activities they were conducting while pretending to be me. Other community members were following my case like a television series, commenting on the effectiveness of different impersonation techniques and suggesting new ways to complicate my attempts to reclaim control of my own identity. The discussions were casual and matter-of-fact, treating real people's lives like characters in games that existed for their amusement, rather than considering the genuine harm being caused to actual individuals. Some participants specialized in particular types of identity disruption: professional sabotage, relationship interference, financial complications, even legal problems that could be created through systematic impersonation of their targets. They shared techniques for maintaining long-term impersonations, methods for accessing personal information needed to create convincing false profiles, and strategies for causing maximum disruption while avoiding detection by their victims or legal authorities. The sophistication was impressive and frightening, demonstrating that identity theft had evolved into a form of organized harassment that was conducted for entertainment rather than profit. I tried to identify which community member was impersonating me, but the discussions used pseudonyms and avoided specific personal details that might make individual participants identifiable. The person using my identity was referred to by other community members as someone who was particularly skilled at long-term impersonation projects, suggesting this wasn't their first time systematically destroying someone's life for entertainment. They had been documenting my responses to the identity interference for months, sharing updates about how I was attempting to resolve the problems they were creating, and analyzing the effectiveness of different disruption techniques. My attempts to fix the identity theft problems had been providing entertainment for an audience that was following the destruction of my life, like an ongoing reality show. The community discussions included detailed analysis of my personality, behavior patterns, and psychological responses to stress, compiled through systematic observation of how I handled the various problems they were creating. They knew intimate details about my daily routine, work habits, social relationships, and financial circumstances, that could only have been gathered through comprehensive surveillance of my online and offline activities. The identity impersonation was just one component of a broader harassment campaign that included systematic monitoring of my private life and real-time analysis of how different types of interference affected my mental health and social stability. I realized that I hadn't just become the victim of identity theft, but had been selected as an unwitting participant in what amounted to a psychological experiment conducted for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering as interactive media. The games they were playing with my identity were designed to test how much disruption one person could handle before their life became completely unmanageable, with my responses being documented and shared as content for an audience that found systematic harassment amusing. I tried to report what I discovered to relevant authorities, but explaining that my identity was being used for entertainment purposes in hidden internet communities sounded like paranoid delusion, rather than verifiable criminal activity. The evidence I'd gathered was difficult to present in ways that would convince investigators who weren't familiar with the technical methods being used or the psychological motivations behind systematic harassment for entertainment purposes. More importantly, the community discussions had made it clear that reporting their activities to authorities was considered part of the game, with participants sharing techniques for avoiding official investigation while maintaining their harassment campaigns. They had experience dealing with victims who attempted to expose their activities, using legal and technical methods to protect their identities while continuing to conduct systematic harassment of people who tried to interfere with their entertainment. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years without facing consequences, suggesting either that their methods were sophisticated enough to avoid detection, or that authorities lacked effective tools for investigating this type of systematic harassment. I started researching methods for protecting myself from ongoing identity theft and harassment, but discovered that most security recommendations were inadequate for dealing with determined individuals who had made systematic destruction of someone's life into a long-term entertainment project. Standard identity protection services focused on financial fraud rather than comprehensive life disruption, and most cybersecurity advice assumed attackers were motivated by profit rather than entertainment-based psychological harassment. The technical skills required to maintain long-term identity impersonation and systematic life disruption were considerable, suggesting that the people involved in identity gaming had expertise that went far beyond casual computer knowledge. But they were also patient and methodical, willing to invest months or years in harassment campaigns that provided ongoing entertainment rather than immediate gratification. About 6 months after discovering the identity gaming communities, the harassment escalated beyond online impersonation into activities that affected my physical safety and offline relationships. People started showing up at my flat looking for me in connection with activities that I'd supposedly conducted but had never been involved in. Some were confused individuals who thought they had legitimate business with me, but others seemed genuinely angry about things they believed I'd done. My landlord received complaints about noise, activities, and behavior that were attributed to me, but which I definitely wasn't responsible for, leading to threats of eviction based on lease violations that I hadn't committed. Local businesses began refusing to serve me because of problems they claimed I'd caused during previous visits that I could prove I'd never made, creating difficulties with basic daily activities like shopping and dining. The identity gaming had evolved from online impersonation into systematic interference with my offline life, using information gathered through digital harassment to create problems in my physical environment and social relationships. I realized that the entertainment value for the identity gaming community came from watching how comprehensive life disruption affected someone's ability to function in normal society, with my increasing isolation and practical difficulties providing content for their ongoing amusement. The psychological experiments aspect of the harassment became more obvious as the problems escalated in ways that seemed designed to test specific aspects of stress tolerance and social adaptability. Different types of problems were introduced systematically, as if someone was working through a checklist of life disruption techniques to see which approaches were most effective at causing lasting damage to my mental health and social stability. The community discussions I'd found suggested that successful identity gaming projects could continue for years, with participants maintaining long-term harassment of their chosen targets, while documenting the gradual destruction of their victims' lives as ongoing entertainment content. My case was apparently considered particularly successful because I'd remained in the same location and continued attempting to maintain normal life despite the systematic interference, providing sustained content for an audience that preferred long-term psychological breakdown over quick, dramatic results. The realization that my entire life had become entertainment for people who specialized in systematic harassment was more disturbing than any individual problem they'd created, because it meant that every difficulty I experienced was providing satisfaction for an audience that wanted to see me suffer. I tried changing cities, moving to Glasgow, and attempting to start fresh with new accounts, new clients, and new social connections that weren't contaminated by the identity theft problems I'd experienced in Brighton. But within weeks of arriving in Glasgow, the same patterns began appearing. Parking tickets for cars I didn't own, account activities I hadn't initiated, professional complications caused by work I'd never agreed to do. The identity gaming community had followed me to the new location, continuing their harassment campaign with techniques that were adapted to my changed circumstances, but maintained the same systematic approach to life disruption. Moving had actually provided them with additional entertainment content as they documented my attempts to escape their harassment and analyzed the effectiveness of their methods across different environments and social contexts. I realized that the identity gaming had become a permanent feature of my life, rather than a temporary problem that could be resolved through practical measures or geographic relocation. The people conducting systematic harassment had made destroying my life into a long-term project that would continue regardless of how I attempted to protect myself or rebuild my social and professional relationships. The technical sophistication and time investment required for maintaining comprehensive identity theft and life disruption suggested that this was more than casual entertainment for them, but had become a serious hobby or even professional activity that justified considerable effort and resources. I started wondering how many other people might be experiencing similar systematic harassment without understanding that their problems were being caused by individuals who had made psychological torture into interactive entertainment. The identity gaming communities I discovered were large and active, with hundreds of participants conducting harassment campaigns against targets who probably had no idea their life problems were being artificially created and maintained for other people's amusement. The casual tone of discussions about systematic life destruction suggested that this type of harassment had become normalized within these communities, with participants treating comprehensive psychological torture as routine entertainment rather than serious criminal activity. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years, building expertise in psychological manipulation techniques and developing specialized skills for causing different types of life disruption depending on their personal interests and their targets' vulnerabilities. The professionalization of systematic harassment for entertainment purposes meant that victims were facing individuals who had considerable experience and technical resources, making effective resistance or recovery extremely difficult, without specialized knowledge and support. I continued living in Glasgow while the harassment continued, adapting to a life where every aspect of my daily routine could potentially be disrupted by people who found my suffering entertaining enough to justify years of systematic interference. The identity gaming communities continue operating. The systematic harassment of selected targets continues expanding, and people continue experiencing comprehensive life disruption without understanding that their problems are being artificially created by individuals who have made psychological torture into a form of interactive entertainment. I still work as a graphic designer when the identity theft allows clients to trust my communications, still deal with problems caused by activities I've never conducted, still wonder which people I encounter might be involved in communities that treat systematic harassment as legitimate entertainment. It takes a lot to get under my skin. Always has, even as a kid. Horror films, creepy stories around campfires, haunted houses at fun fairs. None of it ever really affected me. My friends used to think I was putting on a brave face. But the truth is, I just didn't find that stuff disturbing. I worked as a paramedic for 3 years in Manchester before switching to IT, so I've seen my share of real-life horror. Fictional scares just don't compare. But what happened last spring? Well, that's different. That's why I'm finally writing this down after months of sleepless nights. It started with a perfectly ordinary problem. My laptop, a hand-me-down from my older brother when he upgraded, was running slower than usual. Nothing dramatic, just the typical issues with an aging machine. Programs taking ages to load, videos stuttering, that maddening spinning wheel that never seems to stop. I'm relatively tech-savvy, enough to handle basic troubleshooting, but this was beyond the usual turning it off and on again fix. My brother had used it for graphic design work, so it was cluttered with programs and files I didn't need, but had been too lazy to clean up properly. I remember sitting at my kitchen table that evening, the overhead light casting harsh shadows and highlighting the coffee stains on the wooden surface. My flatmate was out for the night, some birthday drinks with colleagues, so the flat had that particular emptiness that makes ordinary sounds seem louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside, the clicking of my laptop's overworked fan trying desperately to cool down the processor. I decided to look for some free system optimization tools online. Nothing fancy, just something to clean up unnecessary files and maybe speed things up a bit. I should mention that I was on a fairly tight budget at the time. I'd just been made redundant from my tech support job. The company outsourced our entire department with barely 2 weeks' notice and was picking up freelance work while job hunting. Every penny counted, which is why I was trying to squeeze more life out of this laptop rather than replacing it. After some searching, I found a forum where people were discussing various optimization tools. One user had posted a link to what they described as a comprehensive toolkit that included several different programs bundled together: system cleaner, registry repair, driver updater, the works. It sounded exactly what I needed, and several other users had commented positively about it. I remember hesitating briefly. Free software bundles can be dodgy, but my frugal side won out. I clicked the link and started the download. While I waited, I made myself a cup of tea, absent-mindedly stirring in too much sugar as I scrolled through job listings on my phone. The wind had picked up outside, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. Our flat was in an old Victorian conversion, full of character and drafts in equal measure. I pulled my hoodie sleeves over my hands, a habit from childhood that I'd never quite shaken. The download finished just as I was taking my first sip of tea, too hot, burning the tip of my tongue in that way that you know will annoy you for days. The installation process was straightforward enough. I clicked through the usual prompts, half reading the terms and conditions like most people do. In hindsight, I should have been more careful, more thorough. Maybe I would have noticed something. But then again, maybe not. Some dangers aren't clearly signposted. Once installed, the software opened to a simple dashboard showing various tools and options. I ran a system scan, which identified a surprising amount of junk files and registry issues. As it worked, I noticed my desktop now had several new shortcuts, typical for these kinds of bundles, which often install additional programs whether you want them or not. Most were labeled clearly Registry Cleaner, Driver Update, System Monitor. But there was one that caught my eye because it seemed out of place. Just a simple icon labeled DNet Access. I hovered over it, trying to remember if I'd seen it during the installation process. The cursor seemed to lag slightly, which I attributed to the system scan running in the background. Curious, I double-clicked it. A small plain window opened with a loading bar and no other information. I waited, assuming it was some network diagnostic tool. After a few moments, the window changed to what looked like a login screen, but not for any service I recognized. The interface was minimalist, almost crude. Black background with simple white text, no graphics or branding. It requested a username and password, with a note below stating, "Guest access available." There was something oddly dated about the design, reminiscent of early internet pages before sleek interfaces became standard. I didn't have login credentials, obviously, so I clicked the guest access option. The screen changed again, this time showing what appeared to be a directory listing. Just file and folder names, no icons or preview options. The names were mostly strings of numbers and letters that meant nothing to me. I scrolled through, wondering what kind of program this was and why it had been bundled with system optimization tools. I noticed my tea had gone cold. The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound it always did when it first heated up, and I pulled my sleeves down again against the chill. Outside, the streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time, just past 9, but it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one folder caught my attention. Live streams. That seemed relatively normal compared to the cryptic names surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. The folder expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me, my greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theatre, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly. And there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask. But again, not quite right. The mask wasn't medical standard, more like something you'd buy at a costume shop. They were pulling on latex gloves with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. A chat window I hadn't noticed before was active on the right side of the screen, with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. My brain was desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe a very realistic horror film being streamed. Maybe a simulation for medical or psychology students. Then the masked figure turned toward the camera and made a gesture that seemed like a greeting or acknowledgement. They moved to a small table beside them and picked up what appeared to be a scalpel. The chat window exploded with activity. I caught fragments of messages as they scrolled by, people expressing excitement, making requests, offering payment. With growing horror, I realized that the viewers weren't just watching this for educational purposes or even for some twisted entertainment. They were directing it, participating. The figure approached the table where the person lay. I could now see that the person was restrained, wrists, ankles, forehead bound with what looked like leather straps. They were conscious, eyes darting frantically, chest heaving with rapid breaths. There was no audio, but I could see their mouth moving behind some kind of gag. I felt physically ill. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to move the cursor. I closed the window, then frantically looked for a way to uninstall the entire software bundle. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen, while simultaneously trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't acted. This wasn't simulated. The terror in that person's eyes was genuine. I was witnessing something happening in real time, something unspeakable. I managed to uninstall the software, my hand still trembling, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I ran a virus scan immediately afterward, then another with different software. I deleted the original installation file and emptied my recycle bin. I cleared my browser history and cache, though I hadn't used the browser to access whatever that was. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clinical room, that masked figure, those terrified eyes. I kept telling myself to report it, but to who? And what exactly would I say? That I'd accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be a live stream of torture, or worse, through some random software I'd downloaded. How would I explain that without sounding complicit somehow? And even if I did report it, what information could I actually provide that would help identify the location or the people involved? The next morning, I convinced myself that I needed more information before going to the authorities. I needed to understand what I'd found and gather some kind of evidence. It was a rationalization. I know that now. Part of me was morbidly curious, wanting confirmation that what I'd seen was real before, potentially making a fool of myself by reporting it. I created a virtual machine on my laptop, an isolated environment that wouldn't affect my main system, and reinstalled the software bundle. The DNet access shortcut appeared again. This time, I was more methodical, more careful. I took screenshots of everything, documented the directory structure, noted the timestamps. I didn't click on any live stream links, focusing instead on trying to gather information about what this service was and who was behind it. I discovered that DNet apparently stood for Dissection Network. There were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a folder labeled Members, I found what appeared to be user profiles, usernames, countries, payment information. There were thousands of them from all over the world. I was documenting everything, planning to take it all to the police, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My IP address was listed in a file of recent access logs. Next to it was my approximate location based on that IP, the time I'd accessed the stream the previous night, and a status marked tracked. I shut down the virtual machine immediately and physically disconnected my internet router. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. They knew I had accessed their service. They knew roughly where I was located, and they were tracking me. What followed were the most paranoid weeks of my life. I wiped my laptop completely, then sold it to a second-hand shop 2 towns over. I bought a new one with cash and never connected it to my home network. I stayed with a friend for a few days, making excuses about problems with my flat's heating. I considered going to the police multiple times but was paralyzed by fear, not just of the people behind that site, but also of not being believed or somehow being treated as a suspect myself. Eventually, I did make an anonymous report through an online portal, providing as much detail as I could remember without incriminating myself. I have no idea if anything came of it. I never heard anything on the news about a ring being busted or arrests being made. Sometimes I wonder if my report was even taken seriously, or if it just disappeared into a digital void. It's been 8 months now. I've moved twice since then. I use different coffee shops for internet access, never the same one too often. I've changed my phone number, my email addresses, even the name I use on social media. Probably excessive, but the fear lingers. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear someone trying the lock on my door. Sometimes I notice a car parked outside my flat for too long and find myself taking pictures of the license plate just in case. Most days, I manage to convince myself that I'm safe, that they wouldn't bother with someone who stumbled across their site accidentally and only viewed it briefly. I tell myself they have bigger concerns than tracking down every random person who finds them. But then I remember that file with my IP address and that word, tracked, and the fear comes flooding back. I'm writing this not as some creepypasta story or urban legend, but as a warning. The dark web isn't just some mysterious bogeyman that people exaggerate about. There are corners of it where the most depraved acts imaginable aren't just fantasized about, but performed on demand for anyone willing to pay. And sometimes, the entrance to those corners isn't hidden behind sophisticated encryption or secret passwords. Sometimes it's just a shortcut on your desktop that you click without thinking. I've just heard a notification sound from my new laptop. An email has arrived. I haven't given this email address to anyone. The subject line is just a string of numbers. I'm afraid to open it, but more afraid not to. If you're reading this, it means I decided to share my experience. Or perhaps someone else found this document and decided it should be shared. Either way, be careful what you download. Be careful what you click. Some things you can't unsee, and some paths, once you've started down them, you can never fully leave behind. Wait, someone's knocking at my door. It's almost midnight. Nobody I know would visit at this hour without calling first. They're knocking again, harder now. Let me tell you about my friend John Paul and why he'll never feel safe on land again. He wasn't the sort of person you'd expect to end up living on a yacht. He'd been a history teacher at a comprehensive in Glasgow for the better part of 20 years. The kind of steady, reliable guy who marked papers on Sunday evenings and took the same 2 weeks off every summer. Then everything changed when he won a raffle. It wasn't a huge win, mind you, but enough to transform his life. After all of the arrangements were sorted, he found himself the proud owner of a beautiful 45-foot motor yacht. She was a proper luxury vessel with polished wood fittings, a spacious salon, comfortable sleeping quarters, and all the modern amenities including satellite internet. He discovered he could teach online from anywhere with a stable connection, and the freedom of waking up to different horizons each morning was intoxicating. He'd been living aboard for about 18 months when I first visited him. The yacht was moored in a quiet bay off the Dorset coast, far enough from shore that the lights of the nearest village were just pinpricks in the darkness. He seemed genuinely happy for the first time since I'd known him, tanned from the sun and relaxed in a way that years of classroom management had never allowed. The boat was immaculate, well maintained and loved, with comfortable furnishings and enough space to feel like a proper home. Though when I mentioned how peaceful it must be, he glanced toward the shore with an expression I couldn't quite read. We spent the evening catching up over a few drinks, and as the conversation wound down, he mentioned something that stayed with me. He'd been exploring parts of the internet he'd never bothered with before, partly out of boredom during the long evenings at Anchor, partly from curiosity about what existed beyond the usual websites everyone used. He wasn't particularly technical, but he taught himself just enough networking to be dangerous. The hidden networks beneath the surface web fascinated him. The anonymity appealed to him, the sense of being able to observe without being observed. But over the past few weeks, he'd stumbled across something that unsettled him. A series of linked sites offering live streaming services, but not the kind you'd find on mainstream platforms. These streams showed real people in real situations, often without their knowledge, sometimes against their will. He described it as a network of interconnected feeds, some showing seemingly innocent content like people in their homes or workplaces, others displaying scenarios orchestrated for the viewer's entertainment. The most disturbing aspect was the interactive element. Viewers could influence what happened on screen through various means, turning passive observation into active participation. What bothered him most was how professional the operation appeared. This wasn't some amateur setup run by a handful of perverts in their spare time. The streaming quality was excellent, the user interface sophisticated, and the whole system seemed designed to handle thousands of concurrent viewers. Someone was running this with serious resources and technical expertise. The conversation moved on to other topics, but I could tell the subject was weighing on his mind. He had always been the sort of person who felt responsible for fixing problems, even when they weren't his to solve. I suspected he was wrestling with whether to report what he'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I couldn't say. I left the next morning, returning to my own routine in London, and didn't think much more about our conversation until he called me a few weeks later. His voice was different, strained in a way I'd never heard before. The streaming network had evolved since our last conversation. New sections had appeared. offering more extreme content, and more people were watching. But the change that terrified him was personal. He'd recognized one of the locations being streamed. It was his yacht. The feed showed his main cabin from an impossible angle, as if the camera was positioned inside the paneling itself. He could see his comfortable seating area, his navigation station, even the books he'd left open on the polished dining table. The image quality was crystal clear, updating in real time, showing every detail of his private space. At first, he thought it might be some kind of technical error or coincidence, but when he moved around the spacious cabin, his actions reflected on the stream with no delay. Someone had somehow placed surveillance equipment inside his beautiful yacht without his knowledge. Thousands of strangers were watching his every move. The chat beside the stream was filled with comments about him, discussions of his daily routine, speculation about his background and personal life. Some viewers seemed to know details about his past that weren't publicly available, suggesting they'd researched him extensively. Others were making suggestions about what should happen next, treating his situation like entertainment. He had immediately started searching his vessel for hidden cameras, but found nothing obvious. The equipment had to be there somewhere, capturing video and audio, transmitting it to the streaming network, but it was concealed well enough that an amateur search revealed nothing. More troubling was the realization that this level of surveillance required serious planning and resources. Someone had accessed his boat, possibly multiple times, to install the necessary equipment. They'd studied his movements, learned his patterns, and chosen their moment carefully. This wasn't random targeting. It was a deliberate operation focused on him. He tried various approaches to regain his privacy. He covered every surface that might conceal a camera, disconnected his internet connection, even moved to different anchorages. But the stream continued, suggesting the surveillance system was more sophisticated than he'd initially thought. He attempted to contact other boat owners through marine radio, hoping to warn them or find allies, but his transmissions were met with silence or interference. The worst part was the interactivity and how quickly it escalated. The chat messages shifted from commentary to direct instructions, asking him to retrieve specific objects, move to certain areas of the boat, even step outside at designated times. At first, he dismissed them as trolls, but when he ignored the requests, strange disruptions followed. His GPS would drop out. The weather forecast he'd checked an hour earlier would suddenly show different data. His generator failed twice without clear cause. It was possible these were all coincidences, but the timing was too precise, too convenient. Someone was manipulating his environment, making his life aboard increasingly difficult, forcing him to comply with the viewer's wishes simply to maintain basic comfort and safety. He tried to report the situation to the authorities, but explaining the problem proved almost impossible. The streaming sites were accessible only through hidden networks. The evidence was ephemeral, and his situation sounded far-fetched even to his own ears. The police were polite but skeptical. The Coast Guard suggested he might be suffering from isolation-induced paranoia, and his internet service provider insisted their systems were secure. Meanwhile, the stream audience continued to grow. The viewer count reached several thousand, and the chat was now moderated by users who seemed to have administrative privileges. They organized the other viewers, coordinating their demands, turning his imprisonment into structured entertainment. The breaking point came when he realized the surveillance wasn't limited to his boat. The streaming network had expanded to include feeds from the shoreline, showing the bay where he was anchored, the nearby village, even the road leading to the marina. Someone was tracking his movements across a much wider area than he'd initially understood. Even more disturbing was the discovery that other boats in the area were also being monitored. The network included streams from various vessels, some with people aboard who seemed unaware they were being watched, others apparently empty, but still under surveillance. The operation was far larger than a single yacht, covering what appeared to be the entire coastal region. He spent several sleepless nights trying to understand the scope of what he'd uncovered. The streaming network wasn't showing random locations. It was systematically monitoring a specific geographical area. Every boat, every building, every person within a certain radius was potentially being watched by thousands of anonymous viewers. He tried creating anonymous accounts on various forums, attempting to alert others to what was happening. But his posts were quickly deleted and his access revoked. When he tried to document the streams by taking screenshots, his computer would crash. Every attempt to gather evidence or reach out for help was somehow thwarted. The realization that he was trapped pushed him toward panic. He couldn't leave without being tracked, couldn't stay without being watched, couldn't contact anyone without his communications being monitored. Every choice he made was being observed and judged by an audience that viewed his situation as entertainment. The technical sophistication required for this level of surveillance was staggering. Someone had installed cameras and tracking equipment across miles of coastline, established a network capable of handling thousands of simultaneous video streams, and created a user interface that allowed viewers to interact with the content in real time. The resources involved suggested either a very wealthy individual or a well-funded organization with access to military-grade surveillance technology. His attempts to escape were also systematically thwarted. When he tried to sail away from the monitored area, his engine would develop problems, or his navigation equipment would malfunction. When he attempted to call for help, his radio would experience interference, or his mobile signal would disappear. Every route to freedom was blocked by technical difficulties that seemed too convenient to be accidental. The psychological pressure became unbearable. He was constantly aware of being watched, unable to relax even in what should have been the privacy of his own boat. He'd taken to sleeping in different locations each night, covering himself with blankets to avoid the cameras, but he knew these were futile gestures. The surveillance system was too comprehensive, too well designed to be defeated by such simple measures. The chat messages grew increasingly invasive, with viewers discussing intimate details of his life, making predictions about his behavior, treating him like a character in a reality television show. Some messages were sympathetic, expressing concern for his well-being, but others were cruel, suggesting ways to increase his distress for their amusement. He began to suspect that his situation was part of a larger experiment or entertainment program. The systematic nature of the surveillance, the careful manipulation of his environment, the organized response from the viewing audience all suggested a level of planning that went beyond simple voyeurism. The most terrifying aspect was the growing realization that escape might not be possible. The surveillance network covered such a wide area that leaving meant venturing into unknown territory, where the monitoring might be even more comprehensive. The technical capabilities demonstrated so far suggested resources and expertise that made traditional law enforcement seem inadequate to address the situation. Days passed. The isolation was absolute. He was surrounded by water, trapped in a situation that sounded so bizarre that even his closest friends would struggle to believe it. The anonymous viewers became his only connection to other people, but they saw him as entertainment rather than a human being in distress. During one of his more desperate attempts to trace the source of the stream, he stumbled across what looked like an internal admin panel, likely exposed through a forgotten link or outdated login. It wasn't polished or secure, but it revealed more than he was meant to see. There was a basic map showing streaming points all along the British coastline, with hundreds of active feeds, not just from boats, but from ports, coastal roads, even remote cottages. It became clear the system was organized. Different regions were broken up into sections, each apparently managed by separate user groups who shared data between them. The layout, the consistency, the scale of it all. This wasn't just some underground voyeur ring. The coordination and resources involved made it feel like something far more serious. He started to wonder if what he'd uncovered wasn't just a criminal enterprise, but part of a larger commercial or even state-run operation. The viewer numbers were staggering, reaching into the hundreds of thousands during peak times, with users paying substantial fees for access to different levels of content. The interactive elements allowed viewers to influence events in real time, creating a form of reality entertainment that generated enormous revenues for the operators. He said he found evidence suggesting that the operation had been running for several years, expanding gradually as the technology improved and the audience grew. The early streams had been crude and limited, but the current system was capable of providing high-definition video and audio from multiple angles, with sophisticated image processing that could track individuals even in crowded environments. The realization that he was just one of thousands of unwilling participants was both terrifying and oddly comforting. He wasn't being specifically targeted. He was simply unlucky enough to have discovered his own surveillance, while most others remained ignorant of theirs. But this knowledge also made his situation more hopeless. If the operation was as large and well-funded as the evidence suggested, then individual escape was unlikely. Our phone conversations became less frequent as his situation deteriorated. His voice grew weaker each time we spoke, the strain of constant vigilance taking its toll. He'd been eating poorly, sleeping in brief snatches, jumping at every sound that might indicate someone approaching his boat. The final call came a few weeks ago. He told me that something had changed about the streaming feeds. The cameras were still active, still transmitting his every move to the anonymous audience, but the interactive elements had been disabled. The viewers could watch, but no longer influence what happened to him. He interpreted this as a warning. His discovery of the administrative sections, his knowledge of the operation's scope, had marked him as a security risk. The psychological effect was devastating. Being watched for entertainment was horrible, but being watched as a potential threat was worse. He knew that any action he took, any attempt to contact authorities or escape his situation, would be immediately detected and countered. One morning, something changed. He woke to find his internet connection severed, his satellite communication system disabled, and his radio producing only static. For the first time in months, he was truly alone. The silence was both terrifying and liberating. Without the constant awareness of being watched, he felt a freedom he'd almost forgotten existed. But he also knew that this isolation was probably temporary, a prelude to something more permanent. The radio on his yacht crackled to life several days later. His hands shook as he reached for the handset, having heard nothing but static for so long that he'd almost forgotten what human voices sounded like. The transmission was clear and official, identifying itself as Falmouth Coast Guard. They were responding to reports of a vessel in distress, requesting his current position and status. His heart raced as he realized this might be his chance, his opportunity to finally escape the surveillance network that held him prisoner for so long. But as he prepared to respond, he noticed something that made his blood freeze. The radio display showed an incoming frequency that wasn't used by the Coast Guard, and the voice, while professional, had an undertone he recognized from his months of captivity. His finger hovered over the transmit button as he considered his options. He could share his exact position and hope for genuine rescue, or he could remain silent and maintain his current status as a managed prisoner. Either choice might be wrong, but only one offered the possibility of freedom. The voice repeated its request, growing more insistent, demanding his immediate response. He closed his eyes, made his decision, and pressed the button to share his coordinates. I used to think I was lucky to find that flat. Coventry isn't exactly known for affordable housing with decent views, but somehow I'd managed to secure a one-bedroom on the 9th floor of Blackthorn Heights for less than the going rate. The letting agent mentioned something about the building's transitional phase and how they were trying to cultivate the right community atmosphere. At the time, I just nodded along, mentally calculating how much I'd save compared to my previous place. The building itself was one of those structures that seems to exist in every British city. Built in the late 70s, briefly fashionable, then sliding into disrepair before being regenerated, with a fresh coat of paint and some potted plants in the lobby. 22 floors of identical windows stacked in a perfect grid, the kind of place where you could live for years without ever knowing your neighbors. I moved in during that strange liminal week between Christmas and New Year's, when the world feels suspended in time. The corridors were eerily quiet as I carried my boxes up from the moving van. I remember being struck by how clean everything was. No scuff marks on the walls, no lingering cooking smells, none of the usual signs of human habitation you'd expect in a building housing hundreds of people. My flat was perfectly adequate. Open-plan kitchen and living area. Bedroom just large enough for my double bed. Bathroom with surprisingly good water pressure. The previous tenant had left it immaculate, which should have been a relief, but somehow felt unsettling, like all traces of their existence had been methodically erased. The first couple of weeks passed uneventfully as I settled into a routine. I'd leave for work at 8 a.m., return around 6 p.m., occasionally glimpsing other residents in the lifts or lobby. Everyone kept to themselves, offering nothing more than a brief nod if our eyes happened to meet. I initially chalked it up to typical British reserve, perhaps amplified by urban living. It was the silence that first struck me as odd. I'd lived in flats before and was accustomed to the ambient soundtrack of shared living. Muffled conversations, television sounds bleeding through walls, footsteps overhead. But Blackthorn Heights existed in a perpetual state of hushed quiet, as if the entire building was holding its breath. Then came the first peculiarity that I couldn't simply rationalize away. I was returning home late one Friday night, slightly tipsy from after-work drinks, when the lift stopped at the 13th floor. This confused me momentarily, as I distinctly remembered the building jumping from 12 to 14, like many high-rises do because of superstition. Yet here was the number 13, illuminated on the panel. When the doors opened, I was struck by the difference in atmosphere. The corridor looked similar in layout, but was finished to a noticeably higher standard. Recessed lighting instead of fluorescence, what appeared to be actual hardwood flooring rather than laminate. Walls painted a deep burgundy instead of the institutional cream on my floor. Before I could process this properly, a man in a dark suit entered, nodded curtly, and stood with his back to me. The doors closed, and we continued upward in silence. I convinced myself I'd been mistaken about the floor numbering, that I'd simply never noticed the 13th floor before. But the following morning, I checked as I descended in the lift, and sure enough, the buttons jumped from 12 to 14. The 13th floor button was simply absent. I might have dismissed the whole thing as alcohol-induced confusion, if not for what happened the following week. Unable to sleep one night, I decided to take out my rubbish, more as an excuse to walk around than out of necessity. The building had a chute on each floor, but sometimes larger items needed to be taken to the basement facilities. The basement was deserted, lit by flickering fluorescence that created moving shadows in the corners. As I was depositing my rubbish, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before, partially hidden behind the recycling bins. It was unmarked except for a small black symbol that resembled a stylized eye or perhaps a keyhole. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tried the handle. To my surprise, it opened onto a stairwell I didn't recognize, narrower than the main stairs, with metal steps rather than concrete. Something about it felt wrong, private, not meant for residents, but I'd already come this far. I climbed the stairs, trying to minimize the metallic echoes of my footsteps. After what seemed like more flights than should have been necessary to reach the ground floor, I emerged into yet another corridor I didn't recognize. This one was utilitarian, almost industrial, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, numbered doors with electronic card readers beside each one. I was disoriented, unsure what part of the building I was in. As I stood there debating whether to continue exploring or return the way I'd come, one of the doors opened further down the hallway. Instinctively, I ducked into an alcove, suddenly certain I wasn't supposed to be there. Through the narrow gap between the wall and a large electrical panel, I watched as two men exited the room. They were dressed casually, but carried themselves with a deliberate alertness that made me think of security personnel. One was speaking in hushed tones about resolution issues and frame rates, while the other nodded, checking something on a tablet. They walked past my hiding spot without noticing me, disappearing through a door at the end of the corridor. I waited several minutes before moving, heart pounding against my ribs. When I was certain they weren't returning, I crept toward the door they'd emerged from, driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The door had been left slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could see what appeared to be a monitoring station. Multiple screens showing different rooms, each one meticulously furnished, but in vastly different styles. One looked like a vintage 1970s lounge, another like a sterile medical examination room, a third like a child's nursery, all empty, all waiting. On a desk beneath the screens sat several high-end cameras, lighting equipment, and what looked like a control panel with dozens of switches and dials. A laptop was open beside them, displaying what I recognized with a sudden chill as a dark web browser interface, similar to ones I'd seen in documentaries about internet crime. The screen showed a payment system, usernames, and viewing statistics for something called the Blackthorn Experience. I backed away, trying to process what I was seeing. It looked like some kind of broadcasting setup, but the secrecy, the dark web interface, it suggested something deeply illegal. I needed to leave, to pretend I'd never seen any of this. I turned to retrace my steps and found myself face to face with a woman I hadn't heard approach. She was impeccably dressed in what looked like an expensive business suit, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes and asked if I was lost. Her tone was pleasant, but carried an undercurrent of steel. I mumbled something about taking a wrong turn while looking for the maintenance office, trying to mask my terror with confusion. At the stairwell door, she asked my flat number and name. I was too frightened to consider lying. She smiled again, thanked me for my understanding, and watched as I descended the stairs. I felt her eyes on my back long after I turned the corner. The next day, I received a letter under my door informing me of a rent decrease due to my valued resident status. It was a substantial reduction, enough to make me hesitate before acting on what I'd discovered. I told myself I needed time to think, to plan my next move carefully. That evening, I noticed a subtle change in my flat. Nothing I could definitively point to. Perhaps items moved slightly from where I'd left them, a different smell in the air, a sense that the space had been occupied in my absence. I began checking for hidden cameras, growing increasingly paranoid about being watched. I started researching Blackthorn Heights online, looking for anything unusual associated with the building. Most results were standard property listings and bland corporate information about the management company. But on the 7th page of search results, I found a single forum post from 3 years earlier. Someone claiming to be a former maintenance worker described accidentally discovering a studio setup in the building and subsequently being offered a significant raise to forget what they'd seen. The post had no replies and had been made by a now deleted account. That night, unable to sleep, I stood at my window staring at the identical grid of windows across from mine. Most were dark at this hour, but I counted 11 that remained illuminated despite the late hour. As I watched, the lights in one flat suddenly brightened dramatically, as if powerful studio lights had been switched on. The blinds were open, allowing me to see directly inside. What I witnessed in that flat across the courtyard made me recoil from the window. My hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I won't describe it in detail. I'll just say that what occurred in that brightly lit space was being done by one person to another. It was clearly not consensual, and it ended with stillness, with absence of movement where movement should have been. When my hands stopped shaking enough to hold my phone, I dialed emergency services. I reported what I'd seen as clearly as I could, providing the building name and what I estimated to be the flat number based on its position. The operator assured me police would be dispatched immediately. 20 minutes later, 2 officers arrived at the building. I watched from my window as they entered, then waited anxiously for any sign of activity. After about 15 minutes, they emerged and returned to their car without any apparent urgency. No additional police arrived, no ambulances, no forensic teams. My phone rang an hour later. The caller ID showed only private number. It was the woman from the restricted area, her voice just as pleasantly chilling as before. She thanked me for my concern about my neighbor, but assured me the police had found nothing amiss. The flat in question was currently unoccupied according to their records. She suggested that the stress of city living sometimes played tricks on the mind and reminded me of the mental health resources available to residents. Before ending the call, she mentioned how fortunate I was to have such an affordable flat in the current market. The threat was clear. I spent the remainder of the night researching other accommodation, preparing to leave first thing in the morning. But when I tried to access my bank account online, I found it temporarily frozen due to suspicious activity. My emails to my family and close friends about staying with them were bouncing back undelivered. When I tried to call out, my phone showed no service despite full signal bars. 3 days later, I remained in the flat, watching the windows across from mine with obsessive attention. I've documented everything I've observed. Lights activating in different flats at regular intervals, the same terrible scenes playing out in different rooms with different people. Always at night, always brightly lit, always ending the same way. I've come to understand that Blackthorn Heights isn't just a building. It's a carefully constructed broadcasting network. Each flat potentially a stage. Each resident either a knowing participant or an unwitting neighbor like myself. The dark website I glimpsed must be offering live streams of real murders to paying viewers around the world, each occurring in carefully designed sets that exist behind ordinary-looking doors in this very ordinary-looking building. Why am I telling you this now? Because last night, I saw them preparing the flat directly opposite mine, replacing the furniture, setting up additional lighting, positioning cameras behind ordinary-looking wall fixtures. This morning, I received another letter under my door, a notice about scheduled maintenance requiring access to my flat tomorrow evening, and a reminder of my special resident status and the importance of community cooperation. I'm typing this on my phone with the battery nearly dead. I've tried knocking on neighbors' doors, but no one answers. The main entrance is now staffed by security guards I don't recognize, who politely but firmly turn away any visitors. The lifts require key card access that my card no longer provides, limiting me to my floor and the lobby. If you're reading this, it means I found a way to get this message out. It means I'm probably no longer in a position to tell you what happened next. But if you ever find yourself being offered an unusually affordable flat in a high-rise where the residents keep to themselves, where certain floors seem to exist only sometimes, where the management is overly interested in your movements, run. Because somewhere right now, someone is watching a live stream from Blackthorn Heights. Someone is paying to watch what happens in these rooms. And tomorrow, someone will be watching my flat, waiting for the show to begin. It's funny how sometimes the thing you think will make you feel less alone ends up making you wish you'd stayed isolated. But by then, it's too late to go back to not knowing what you know. I was 19 and in my second year studying English literature at a university in Leeds, when I stumbled into the chat room that changed everything. Not literally stumbled. I'd been looking for somewhere to belong for months, trying different online communities and forums where I might find people who shared my interests without the awkwardness of face-to-face interaction. College hadn't turned out the way I'd imagined. The other students on my course seemed effortlessly confident, forming friendship groups within the first week, while I struggled to contribute to conversations about books I'd read but couldn't discuss with the casual intelligence they all seemed to possess naturally. I spent most evenings in my tiny student flat, reading for seminars and browsing the internet for distraction. Social media felt performative and hollow, but smaller online communities seemed more genuine. Places where people discussed literature, philosophy, and ideas that were too complex or controversial for mainstream platforms. The invitation to the private chat room came through someone I'd been talking to on a forum about banned books. They'd noticed my posts about censorship and literature that existed in legal grey areas and suggested I might be interested in a more exclusive discussion group. The chat room was small, maybe 15 regular participants, and focused on what they called authentic, extreme content. Not fictional horror or theatrical violence, but real documentation of events that mainstream media wouldn't show. Academic discussion of material that revealed truths about human nature that most people preferred to ignore. For the first time since starting university, I felt like I was part of something intellectually stimulating. The other participants were clearly well-educated and thoughtful, approaching disturbing content with the sort of analytical framework you'd expect from graduate students or academics. They discussed everything from leaked investigation footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. The conversations were sophisticated, focused on technical analysis and historical context rather than sensation-seeking. I felt privileged to be included in discussions that demonstrated a level of critical thinking I rarely encountered elsewhere. Most importantly, I felt accepted. When I contributed observations about content they'd shared, people responded thoughtfully rather than dismissively. When I asked questions about things I didn't understand, they provided detailed explanations without making me feel ignorant. After about a month of regular participation, one of the more experienced members mentioned something that made me pay closer attention to what we were actually discussing. Red rooms. He brought them up casually, as if they were just another category of extreme content that serious researchers occasionally encountered. Live streams broadcast from hidden locations where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants seemed to accept their existence as established fact, rather than urban legend. They discussed technical aspects of hosting such content, legal barriers to maintaining streaming services, and ethical questions about documentation versus participation. I'd heard of red rooms before, but always assumed they were internet mythology. Too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually maintain. But the way these people discussed them suggested genuine familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by the username Observer, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was selective about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. I spent several weeks proving my commitment to academic analysis of extreme content, sharing thoughtful observations about material others had posted, and asking questions that showed I was thinking critically rather than just seeking sensational material. Observer eventually shared some clips from his collection. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Observer explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't something you could find through casual browsing of the dark web. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be academic, focused on understanding censorship and documentation, rather than witnessing actual crimes. But the opportunity to access something that most people believed didn't exist felt like the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my place in this community. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software downloads, rotating access codes, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement space, with a simple chat function below where viewers could communicate. The video showed a concrete-walled room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with comments from maybe 50 viewers, people discussing what they expected to see happen, making observations about the setup, treating the situation like academic analysis rather than entertainment. The tone was clinical and detached, which somehow made it more disturbing than if people had been obviously excited about violence. I watched for about an hour while supposedly working on an essay about censorship in contemporary literature. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more analytical as preparations continued. People were discussing technical aspects of the setup, comparing what they were seeing to previous streams, making observations about the location and equipment being used. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details visible in the stream. On the wall behind the table was a small notice board with various papers pinned to it. Most were too far away to read clearly, but one appeared to be a health and safety poster with text that looked familiar. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the poster. The formatting and language were definitely British rather than foreign, and the specific wording seemed like something I'd seen before in university buildings or public spaces, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere in the UK rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within the same country where I was sitting in my student flat, possibly even in the same region. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching British health and safety regulations, trying to identify the specific poster I'd seen and determine whether it might indicate a particular type of building or location. I also started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person was a student from a university not far from Leeds. They'd been reported missing about 6 weeks earlier after failing to return to their accommodation following a routine trip to the library. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing student had been studying a subject similar to mine, lived in comparable accommodation, and followed daily routines that weren't that different from my own. The sort of person who could have been me if circumstances had been slightly different. The possibility that someone my own age with a similar lifestyle might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about academic analysis of extreme content. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. University student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while participating in online discussions about extreme content. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified potentially incriminating details. I'd been accessing their content and participating in related discussions for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Observer had mentioned that accessing hidden content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. I decided to be more cautious about what I accessed and how I participated in chatroom discussions. But I also found myself unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and whether there were more victims who hadn't been reported missing yet. The chatroom discussions continued as normal, with participants sharing new material and analyzing content with the same academic detachment they'd always displayed. But I started noticing details I'd missed before, references to local events, knowledge about British institutions, familiarity with UK geography and culture. The people I'd been chatting with weren't distant foreign academics studying extreme content from a safe distance. They were British, possibly even local to my area, with genuine knowledge about events that were happening in my own country. One evening, about 2 weeks after accessing the livestream, I received a private message from Observer asking whether I'd found the recent content educational and if I was interested in accessing additional material. His tone was friendly, but felt more personal than previous communications, as if he knew something about my response to what I'd seen that he hadn't mentioned in our public discussions. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain my place in the community while expressing some reservations about the content. His response came back within minutes, which suggested he'd been online waiting for my reply rather than just checking messages occasionally. He said he understood my concerns but reminded me that serious academic study sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. He offered to provide access to additional streams that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of the subject. Something about the way he phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my participation was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing such disturbing content, but I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect. The next morning, I found that I'd been removed from the chat room, not just blocked or suspended, but completely eliminated from the participant list. When I tried to reconnect using the original access method, I found that my credentials no longer worked, and there was no way to regain entry. I checked other platforms where I'd occasionally communicated with chat room members, but found that all my contacts had either deleted their accounts or were no longer responding to messages. Within 24 hours, every trace of my connection to the chat room and its participants had been severed, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of my involvement. The sudden exclusion felt ominous rather than disappointing. Either I'd failed some test I hadn't known I was taking, or someone had decided that my continued participation represented a risk they weren't willing to accept. I tried to convince myself that being excluded was actually fortunate, a way out of a situation I'd gotten into without fully understanding the implications. But I couldn't shake the feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secrecy might take additional steps to ensure former participants didn't become problems. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively made me uncomfortable. Posts delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds in the corridor outside my door that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at the university library. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking across campus, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Some discussions are meant to stay private. No signature, no return address. Just those words that made it obvious someone knew about my previous participation in the chat room and wanted to ensure my continued silence about what I'd seen. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger on campus felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I never tried to reconnect with the chat room or access any more hidden streaming content. The whole experience had taught me that some forms of belonging come with prices you don't discover until it's too late to back out safely. But I still think about that health and safety poster and how such a mundane detail had revealed that extreme content wasn't being produced in distant foreign countries, but potentially in buildings I might walk past every day. And I think about the missing student whose case I'd researched, wondering whether they'd also been looking for somewhere to belong when they encountered people who were considerably more dangerous than they appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the chat room is still active with new participants, and whether other isolated students are being drawn into discussions that seem academic and intellectual until they realize they've become part of something they can't safely leave.